Test mic, test mic. Tutup speaker ni.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih yang tidak terhingga diucapkan kepada semua peserta kerana sudi menyertai ProSolve National 2022. Majlis ini akan bermula sebentar lagi. Diharapkan para hadirin dapat mendengar suara saya dengan jelas. Saya ulang, majlis ini akan bermula sebentar lagi. Mohon perhatian, kami ingin memastikan bahawa semua peserta telah masuk ke dalam platform ini dan persiapkan diri anda di tempat yang selesa. Pastikan audio dan internet berada dalam keadaan yang baik supaya majlis dapat berjalan dengan lancar. Kerjasama hadirin amatlah dihargai. Mohon perhatian, kami ingin memastikan bahawa semua peserta telah masuk ke dalam platform ini dan persiapkan diri anda di tempat yang selesa. Pastikan audio dan internet berada dalam keadaan yang baik supaya majlis dapat berjalan dengan lancar. Kerjasama hadirin sekalian amatlah dihargai. Para hadirin diingatkan untuk mengamalkan penjarakan fizikal, sentiasa memakai pelitup muka dan sentiasa mensanitasi tangan sepanjang majlis ini berlangsung.
Cisco. Test, mic, test mic, test mic. Okay, test mic, 1, 2, 3, test mic. Cisco. Okay, Cisco, okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih yang tidak terhingga diucapkan kepada semua peserta kerana sudi menyertai ProSolve National 2022. Majlis ini akan bermula sebentar lagi. Diharapkan para hadirin dapat mendengar suara saya dengan jelas. Saya ulang, majlis ini akan bermula sebentar lagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang diucapkan kepada Yang Berusaha, Profesor Madya Dr. Syazlina Abdul Rahman, Ketua Pusat Pengajian Sistem Maklumat Fakulti Sains Komputer dan Matematik, Yang Berusaha, Puan Siti Nur Kamalia Kamarudin, Penasihat Persatuan Artificial Intelligence Society, Barisan Pensyarah Fakulti Sains Komputer dan Matematik, serta para peserta yang dihormati sekalian. Selamat datang diucapkan ke ProSolve National 2022. Saya, Nuris Alia Zainuddin, selaku pengacara majlis pada pagi ini. Majlis dengan ini mengucapkan jutaan terima kasih buat para hadirin atas kesudian menghadiri ProSolve National 2022. Untuk pengetahuan pensyarah-pensyarah yang saya hormati dan rakan-rakan seperjuangan sekalian, majlis kita bukan sahaja dijalankan di Cisco Webex dan YouTube AIS, tetapi juga sedang disiarkan secara langsung dari BK28 FSKM. Seterusnya, majlis akan diteruskan lagi dengan nyanyian lagu negaraku dan wawasan setia warga UiTM. Hadirin diminta untuk berdiri. Silakan duduk. Bunga mawar cantik tersemat di petik gadis di tepi titi. Doa dibaca memohon rahmat. Moga majlis sentiasa diberkati. Bagi memberkati majlis kita pada hari ini, dijemput saudara Muhammad Daniel Hakimi Aznizam untuk memimpin bacaan doa. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma innaka khalaqu azim, innaka sami'un alim, innaka ghafurur rahim, innaka rabbul arsyil azim. Ya Allah, Engkau yang mempunyai segala kepujian, Engkaulah yang berhak menerima segala kepujian. Engkaulah yang berhak menerima segala kesyukuran. Engkaulah yang memiliki segala pemerintahan dan di tangan Engkau segala kebajikan. Kepada Engkaulah kami kembali segala urusan. Allahumma ya Karim, ya Rahim. Limpahkanlah rahmat dan rahim-Mu ke atas Majlis Perasmian ProSolve Nasional 2022 yang diadakan pada hari ini. Berkatilah majlis ini dari awal hingga akhir program. Ya Zal Jalali wal Ikram. Kami juga memohon perlindungan daripada-Mu dari segala perkara yang boleh mencacat celakan majlis ini dan daripada segala perkara yang melalaikan kami dari berbuat taat kepada-Mu, ya Allah. Kepada-Mu jua kami serah segala urusan kami. Rabbana alaika tawakkalna wa ilaika anabna wa ilaikal masir. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Wassallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Terima kasih saudara Muhammad Daniel Hakimi Aznizam atas bacaan doa sebentar tadi. Tanpa membuang masa lagi, berpindah kita ke segmen yang seterusnya, iaitu tayangan teaser ProSolve Nasional 2022 yang telah disediakan oleh ahli jawatan kuasa multimedia ProSolve. Dipersilakan. Demikianlah tadi tayangan teaser ProSolve Nasional 2022 menunjukkan aktiviti yang akan berlangsung selama 4 hari iaitu pada 9, 10, 16 dan 17 April 2022. Seterusnya, saya teruskan lagi majlis kita dengan menjelaskan sedikit sebanyak peraturan yang telah ditetapkan bagi program ini untuk pengetahuan para hadirin. Bagi kategori peserta atau kumpulan atau bahan, yang pertama, setiap kumpulan hendaklah tidak melebihi daripada 4 orang pelajar. Yang kedua, setiap kumpulan boleh menggunakan satu komputer dengan alat perisian atau data atau dokumen. Yang ketiga, penggunaan buku bercetak dan digital adalah dibenarkan. Yang keempat, penggunaan kalkulator, CD, telefon bimbit, carian internet dan sebagainya adalah dilarang. Dan yang terakhir, tidak dibenarkan berkomunikasi bersama ahli kumpulan semasa pertandingan berlangsung. Saya ulang bagi kategori peserta atau kumpulan atau bahan. Yang pertama, setiap kumpulan hendaklah tidak melebihi daripada 4 orang pelajar. Yang kedua, setiap kumpulan boleh menggunakan satu komputer dengan alat perisian atau data atau dokumen. Yang ketiga, penggunaan buku bercetak dan digital adalah dibenarkan. Yang keempat, penggunaan kalkulator, CD, telefon bimbit, carian internet dan sebagainya adalah dilarang. Dan yang terakhir, tidak dibenarkan berkomunikasi bersama ahli kumpulan semasa pertandingan berlangsung. Bagi kategori soalan atau klarifikasi, yang pertama, setiap penghantaran yang dinilai semasa pertandingan akan diberitahu sama ada diterima atau ditolak, tetapi tanpa butiran seperti berikut. Sekiranya berlaku compile time error, run time error, resource limit exceeded, incorrect output format, dan incorrect output. Yang kedua, klarifikasi mengenai masalah yang mungkin dihadapi atau sebarang kesilapan boleh ditujukan secara penulisan di saluran rasmi. Walau bagaimanapun, jawapan yang diberikan hanya ya atau tidak. Dan yang terakhir, soalan berkenaan masalah teknikal atau pengurusan boleh ditanya secara berasingan. Saya ulang bagi kategori soalan dan klarifikasi. Yang pertama, setiap penghantaran yang dinilai semasa pertandingan akan diberitahu sama ada diterima atau ditolak, tetapi tanpa butiran seperti berikut. Sekiranya terjadi compile time error, run time error, resource limit exceeded, incorrect output format, dan incorrect output. Yang kedua, klarifikasi mengenai masalah yang mungkin dihadapi atau sebarang kesilapan boleh ditujukan secara penulisan di saluran rasmi. Walau bagaimanapun, jawapan yang diberikan hanya ya atau tidak. Dan yang terakhir, soalan berkenaan masalah teknikal atau pengurusan boleh ditanyakan secara berasingan. Bagi kategori prosedur ranking, ranking ditentukan berdasarkan yang pertama, kumpulan pertama yang berjaya menyelesaikan masalah yang diberikan. Yang kedua, sekiranya seri, jumlah masa semua penyertaan yang diterima akan diambil kira. Yang ketiga, masa diambil kira dari pertandingan bermula sehingga penyertaan para peserta diterima juri. Setiap penghantaran yang ditolak akan menerima penalti sebanyak 20 minit. Jika masih seri, tempoh masa penerimaan penyertaan terakhir yang diselesaikan diambil kira. Saya ulang, bagi kategori prosedur ranking, ranking ditentukan berdasarkan yang pertama, kumpulan pertama yang berjaya menyelesaikan masalah yang diberikan. Sekiranya seri, jumlah masa semua penyertaan yang diterima akan diambil kira. Masa diambil kira dari pertandingan bermula sehingga penyertaan para peserta diterima juri. Setiap penghantaran yang ditolak akan menerima penalti sebanyak 20 minit. Dan jika masih seri, tempoh masa penerimaan penyertaan terakhir yang diselesaikan diambil kira. Itu sahaja untuk peraturan yang ditetapkan bagi program ini. Baiklah, kita teruskan majlis kita dengan ucapan daripada Yang Berusaha, Profesor Madya Dr. Syazlina Abdul Rahman, Ketua Pusat Pengajian Sistem Maklumat, Fakulti Sains Komputer dan Matematik. Majlis mempersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Selamat pagi semua. Pertamanya saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua peserta penama di dalam pertandingan ProSolve. Saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih dan syabas kepada semua AJK, AISociety, penasihat, presiden yang sentiasa berusaha untuk menjayakan program ini. Okey, sementara kita menunggu dekan kita ya, Profesor Dr. Haryani, saya ingin bawa saudara dan saudari sekalian, peserta-peserta semua melihat program-program yang berada di Fakulti Sains Komputer dan Matematik. Okey, seperti yang dilihat ya, itu adalah dekan fakulti iaitu Profesor T.S. Dr. Haryani Harun. Okey, seorang yang sangat berkaliber dan sentiasa menyokong program-program sebegini. Okey, insya-Allah sebentar lagi beliau akan datang kerana beliau ada majlis bersama pelajar-pelajar baru saya difahamkan. Okey, seterusnya kalau dilihat pada prospektus yang ditayangkan sekarang, okey, di FSKM kita sentiasa menggalakkan aktiviti-aktiviti di peringkat fakulti, di peringkat kebangsaan, dan insya-Allah kita berharap program-program sebegini boleh diteruskan di masa hadapan. Okey. Okey, kalau dilihat ya, saya ingin menarik perhatian semua berkenaan dengan slide seterusnya ya. Siapa yang mengawal slide? Okey, ini. Okey, suka dinyatakan di sini FSKM telah mendapat pengiktirafan PDTI ya, Premier Digital Tech University, salah satunya universiti tempatan yang mendapat pengiktirafan PDTI. Okey. Dan kita juga telah mendapat ranking, kalau tak silap saya, untuk QS World Ranking yang baru saja diumumkan pada tahun ini. Kita masih mengekalkan ranking di peringkat QS dan juga di peringkat subjek Computer Science. Okey, alhamdulillah. Okey, di FSKM seterusnya. Okey, kita juga mempunyai kolaborasi yang sangat baik dengan industri-industri. Seperti dilihat, kita ada kolaborasi dengan Cisco, okey, kerana kita mempunyai program di peringkat degree dan juga master, okey, untuk perangkaian komputer. Kita juga ada kolaborasi dengan SAS, Oracle. Those are the things where kita menggunakan perisian-perisian daripada big tech company ini ya. Dan lain-lain lagi lah seperti yang dilihat di slide anda ya. Okey, seterusnya saya juga ingin menarik perhatian berkenaan dengan our research domains di fakulti. So kalau dilihat di sini kita ada 4 niche utama. Yang pertamanya adalah analytics, okay? keduanya adalah informatics, and the third one is cyber security, dan the fourth one is AI. So untuk program-program yang dianjurkan sekarang pada hari ini ProSolve, dia adalah bawah kategori domain yang mana? AI, ya? Artificial Intelligence, kan? The society pun nama AISociety. Okay, so if you can see daripada sini, okay, dalam AISociety ataupun AISociety lah, maksud saya dalam domains AI, kita ada 4 yang utama, iaitu machine learning, deep learning, computer vision, speech and language. So di peringkat fakulti dan di peringkat jajah sarjana muda, kita sangat menggalakkan aktiviti-aktiviti dan research berkaitan dengannya, ya. Sama ada di peringkat projek mereka, okey, projek tahun akhir, dan juga projek tahun akhir di peringkat master lah, ya. Okey. Seterusnya di slide seterusnya, saya rasa kita boleh melihat saya tak pernah nampak saya punya skrin ni. Okay, saya rasa kita bypass this slide. Okay, these are all the global footprints lah yang telah kita adakan, ya. As you can see, kita ada Oracle Data Hackathon, kan, kita ada Global Webinar Data Science, kita ada International Conference on User Science and Engineering, okay, iUser. Okay, dan kita juga ada di another conference which is International Conference on Information Security and Computer Technology. Okay, so selain dari itu, because this is mathematical, this faculty also a part of the mathematical sciences, statistical as well as actuary. So we do have programs yang melibatkan that domains lah, ya. Alright. Seterusnya, ini adalah di peringkat global. Okay, as you can see, we are striving towards that, insyaAllah, ya, on the activities di peringkat antarabangsa. Okay, kita lihat pelbagai aktiviti yang telah disertai oleh pelajar-pelajar kita, ya. Some of our students adalah duta kepada Maybank, okay, dan juga Huawei, dan pelbagai lagi lah, ya, seperti yang ditunjukkan dalam slide ini. Alright, the next one. Okay, saya pun tak boleh jelas nampak, ya. Teruskan lagi ke slide seterusnya. Okay, di FSKM, ya, kalau kita lihat ada Center of Study. So we have all together kita ada berapa tu? 7 ke 8? 7, kita ada 7 Center of Studies. Okay, and another one is kita ada Postgraduate Studies. That is not included here. Okay, but 7 Center of Studies, basically two main domains, which is from the computer sciences and the other one is mathematical sciences. So for the mathematical sciences, we have, as for the AISociety program, they park under Information System Center of Studies, okay, IS, Information System Studies, and we do have Computer Science Studies, and then we have Information Technology, and another one under Computer Sciences is Computer Technology and Networking. Okay, that is from the Computing Sciences. So we have many programs under those centers. As for the Information System Centers itself, we have 3 undergraduate programs, which is Bachelor of Information System Intelligence System Engineering. Okay, and for this, the AI students are also, part in these particular programs. And then the other 2, we have Information System Engineering, okay, and another one is Business Computing. So these are the 3 programs that fall under Information System Studies. Okay. So saya harap you all don't mind ya, saya bercampur-campur cakap kejap English, kejap Malay ya. Sebab slide ni in English kan. So terpaksalah tukar-tukar version. Right. For the another domain which is mathematical, so we do have center of course the mathematics, right? As you can see here. Where is it, the mathematics? Oh, on the left hand side, right? And then we do have actual science. Okay, this is among the most popular programs in the faculty as well as at the national level. And another one is the statistic. Statistic and decision science. Okay, thank you. Sebab from my view, I can't see the slides clearly, right? Okay, all right. So these are the center of studies. So all of you, get yourself involved with all the students from these programs, all these programs. Okay, besides the undergraduate program which I mentioned just now, we do have a master's program. As for the information system department, we do have three a master's program, which is Master of Intelligent Systems, right? That is one. We do have Masters of Data Science, okay, Data Science, and another one Master of Information System with penama Business, alright? So those are the programs under the Masters punya programs lah, which fall in the department, which is in the department. Okay, then moving to the next slides, please. So these are all the activities, okay, that involve the students for the last few semesters. All right, so you can see we engage the students in multi-talent activities, all right? So you can see those photos. So we also engage highly with the community, as you can, if you can recall, during the flash flood, okay, recently, our students actively engage and helped the community throughout their capacity lah, right? Then we do have, of course, I think the sports and leadership. And if I'm not mistaken, the faculty, UiTM, right, has won the first one at the university level, right? Am I right, Daniel? Maksum, right? And then besides that, we do have many academic competitions, okay, throughout the year, and this can be found at our websites. At the faculty, you can always go through to our faculty and look at those programs, right? So of course, I believe the other university also has those activities, and please, I think we can, involve ourselves, okay, at the inter-university, whether it is at the faculty level or is it at the national level. And of course, we hope with these skills that you have, we can promote you all up until the international level, inshallah. Okay, I think that's it, right? For the slides. So, to all of you, okay, I again welcome to the ProSolve competition. I wish you all the best, right? And hopefully you can exploit the whole advantage that you can gain from these activities. Okay, as I'm aware of, this workshop has been scheduled in two sessions, two timeline and two sessions. One is, today and tomorrow, right? Right, and the other session is another week. Okay, so hopefully with these two sessions being scheduled to you all, we can gain more knowledge. We can improve ourselves, in particular for the programming, as this is focusing on the programming skills, right? So with that, I think I thank to all, once again, I thank all, to all participants, and hopefully with this Ramadan, kita dapat berkat dan beribadah dengan cara masing-masing, ya, insyaAllah. Okay, thank you.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Yang Berusaha Profesor Madya Dr. Syuslina Abdul Rahman, Ketua Pusat Pengajian Sistem Maklumat Fakulti Sains Komputer dan Matematik di atas ucapan sebentar tadi. Majlis kini berehat sebentar. Selamat datang diucapkan kepada Yang Berbahagia Profesor Surveyor Engineer Dr. Haji Suhaimi Abdul Talib, Penolong Naib Chancellor Kolej Pengajian Kejuruteraan. Sementara menunggu ketibaan yang berbahagia Profesor Dekan, kita akan teruskan dengan workshop 1. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat datang saya ucapkan kepada semua hadirin dan peserta. Selamat datang ke slot pertama workshop ProSolve National 2022. Saya dari pihak jawatan kuasa ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada hadirin semua kerana sudi meluangkan masa anda menyertai program pada hari ini. Saya, Nuris Alia Zainuddin, akan menjadi moderator anda pada slot ini. Sebelum itu, saya ingin memperkenalkan speaker kita untuk slot yang pertama, iaitu yang berbahagia, Profesor Surveyor Engineer Dr. Haji Suhaimi Abdul Talib. Sedikit perkongsian tentang latar belakang dan pengalaman yang berbahagia Profesor Suhaimi. Beliau merupakan penolong Naib Chancellor Kolej Pengajian Kejuruteraan. Beliau juga merupakan antara tenaga pengajar diploma, ijazah sarjana muda dan sarjana muda bagi program kejuruteraan awam di UiTM. Bukan itu sahaja, beliau juga turut terlibat dalam penyediaan projek-projek pelajar ijazah sarjana muda, sarjana serta peringkat kedoktoran. Apa khabar yang berbahagia Profesor Suhaimi?
Alhamdulillah, sihat. Boleh dengar ke?
Selamat datang ke ProSolve National 2022. Saya percaya peserta kita juga sudah bersedia untuk mendengar perisian workshop kita yang pertama ini. Tanpa melengahkan masa, saya ingin mempersilakan yang berbahagia Profesor Surveyor Engineer Dr. Haji Suhaimi Abdul Talib untuk meneruskan workshop yang pertama di bawah tajuk Introduction to SDG Goals. Dipersilakan.
Terima kasih saudari pengacara majlis. Just to check, sound check boleh dengar ke? Can you hear me?
Boleh.
Boleh Okay. Allow me to share my slides. First and foremost, thank you very much for the organizing committee for inviting me to be part of this session. Can you see my slides? Boleh nampak ke?
Boleh.
Boleh, alright, okay then. Alright, once again, thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this session. And I've been given the topic to talk something on sustainable development goal. And in my presentation, I need to do a little bit of background to touch upon the Earth as a life supporting system. And then we would look at how much it has deteriorated and what is the global response that leads us to the SDG or Sustainable Development Goal. And as future leaders or as future citizens of the earth, what are the skill sets that you require? I'll be touching on the skill sets that you require for sustainable development, and perhaps a touch on a little bit of what change of mindset that we need to embrace in order for us to be able to contribute effectively towards making the world a sustainable place for all the living organisms, all the living things, all the living all the living components of the environment to keep on surviving on the planet. And then we will end with some concluding remarks. Right, let us look at the Earth as a support system and how what we have done to the Earth that causes it to deteriorate, and it is moving towards a situation that may no longer be sustainable to support life on the planet. I will be touching on three major themes here. First, I'll be looking at the Earth or the planet as a life support system with a unique property. The Earth has a unique property of what we call the self-purification capacity. And the components of the Earth, I will call it 5F, flora and fauna, families of human, fresh air, fresh water, and fertile land. And these components are interrelated They are integrated, interconnected, and the nature of the interaction is very dynamic. And then we will look at how or what we have done uh, to such an extent that we have exceeded the self-purification capacity of the earth and with our activities, and then the life support system or the environment has now become to some extent incapacitated to support life. And the long-term goals, and we'll look at the long-term goals that has been put forward by the governments of the world and even by the United Nations, and we will go through that, and that is where we will start introducing the Sustainable Development Goal. So let us begin with the Earth as a life support system. In order to support life, the planet must have basic things: fresh air, fresh water, and fertile land. So these are the three components of what we call the abiotic component, the non-living component of the environment. So you need to have fresh air for human and also other animals, even plants to breathe. You need to have fresh air and you need to have fertile land. And the biotic component or the living component of the environment includes the flora and fauna. Ini alam tumbuhan dan juga alam haiwan, the animal kingdom and the plant kingdom. So the flora is basically the plant kingdom, the fauna is the animal kingdom. And of course, we are part of the animal kingdom, but I've separated them. I've separated the human out from the flora and fauna because we tend to we tend to have a more pronounced impact on the environment. So this is what I call the families of human. So the interaction between the fresh water, fresh air, and fertile land, there is always a cycle. There is always a cycle. The water cycle, for example, because of the sun, if you like, is a source of energy that evaporates water. It goes into the air, and then it condensates, and then it falls back onto the land. That very simple cycle enable life to exist on this planet because once the land once the land has water, then grow the plant kingdom can start growing, and when there is plant kingdoms are there, then you start having the animal kingdom coming in as well because there are food to be taken, there is water to be taken, and of course in the environment, in the atmosphere, there is fresh air for us to breathe so that the living organisms can use the oxygen to help with the metabolic processes in our bodies. And this basically these five components are interacting with one another all the time in a dynamic manner, and they are highly connected and they are highly integrated and interconnected. So this is the system that we have, the system that God has created for us in such delicate balance that are full of wonders, and this is what has been given to us by our forefathers. We inherit this from our forefathers, and over the years, life have evolved. Human has basically two things would cause effect to us. One is the natural activities, what do you call this, the living natural activities. The other one is the abiotic natural activities, which is the volcanic eruption, the flooding, and so on. But there are also human activities such as deforestation, disturbance of the land, mining, that sort of thing. So this dynamic, integrated, interconnected, fragile environment has been disrupted to some extent due to these activities. And these activities, as I've mentioned just now, there are natural activities, flooding, earthquake, natural forest fires, and so on, and also anthropogenic, or these are human activities that leads to a deterioration of the environment. For example, if you look at this term self-purification capacity, the air, for example, has its own self-purification capacity in the sense that if there is pollution, there is a natural process of dispersion, there is natural process of the wind blowing it away, there is natural process of dilution, and then as the pollutant get dispersed and gets diluted into the atmosphere, the natural background reading will come back to normal. So this is basically what we say about self-purification capacity. In the same manner, if you look at a river, we put in pollution into the river. There are a lot of processes that will occur in the river. Number one, definitely there is dilution, there is dispersion, there is diffusion. There is also biodegradation of the material that the pollutant that we put into the river, in such a way that as it moves downstream, the pollutant become less and less concentrated, and to some extent downstream of the river, it becomes normal background reading again. So the river or the atmosphere has the capacity to actually self-purify or self-healing, if you like, self-healing capacity, more or less like the human body. If you take certain compounds in your body, the liver will be able to get rid of it. But if you take the volume of the compounds that you take, which is in excess than the capacity of your kidney, capacity of your liver, then the compounds will accumulate and they can become toxic in your body. So what has happened to the environment more or less is that we as human has already load the pollutant onto Mother Nature in such a way that the self-purification capacity can no longer cope with the pollutants that we put into the environment. So in some places, the life support system become incapacitated. In Malaysia, for example, if you look at the some of the rivers, for those of you who are familiar in Johor, I would say Sungai Segit. If you look at Sungai Segit, there is no fish in the Sungai Segit. So in other words, the life support system, the river which is supposed to support aquatic life, is no longer capable of supporting that. Uh, uh, Klang River is also one of the polluted rivers. One good example of a river that was polluted that has been rehabilitated perhaps is the Melaka River. If you're familiar with, if you've been to Melaka, as you go down cruising on the Melaka River, somehow because of the action taken by the state government and also the federal government, and to give some credit to the Department of Irrigation and Drainage, the river has been rehabilitated and you see fishes coming back into the river. So basically, the self-purification capacity is very important to ensure that the life support system or the life support function of the environment can be maintained. So this is what we talk about. When we put loads in excess of the self-purification capacity, we will lead to the environment, whether it is soil or whether it is air or whether it is water, it becomes incapacitated and it cannot sustain, it cannot support the life that is supposed to exist in that particular environment. Some of the activities that we have done that has caused serious damage to the life support capability of the environment includes the release of the greenhouse gases that leads to the depletion of the ozone layer. When the ozone layer becomes depleted, then the climate goes a bit haywire, and you will see that the summers become hotter and winter becomes colder, and the duration of summer and duration of winter has now changed, has shifted, and you will start seeing what we call the extreme weather. And I am a bit afraid of looking at the weather pattern, at least the rainfall pattern. Okay, the rainfall pattern, what we have seen, at least in this country, not globally, in this country, locally, that we can see before our very eyes, is that the rainfall intensity has increased, and the length, the duration of the wet season has also increased, and we have seen one of the strong effects of this last December, when the Klang Valley was hit with the flood incident, with the flood disaster, if you like, and that incident simply occurred because the amount of rainfall that we had in 2 days was equivalent to the amount of rainfall that we should have gotten in 1 month. So all that concentration will lead to extreme weather. And I think there is more of this to come. I think there is more of this weather to come. We are going to see droughts, we are going to see floods, and they are going to be in the extreme form. They are going to be in the extreme form. So with this happening, and I must say that I've been in this area of environment, civil engineering and environment for the last 30 years, and I have seen the phases where in 1980s, 1980s, early 1990s, people are they just don't give a second thought to environment. They take for granted that the environment will be like what they have been experiencing throughout, is going to carry on throughout their life. Um, the the change occurred basically in the mid 2000, okay, mid 2000 and early 2010. Around this time, more and more activists, more and more scientists are putting forward data to show that there is an effect of climate change, and the various climate models has been put forward, but yet still the people of the world do not give due attention to these changes until we get to about 2015. Okay? In 2015, then we begin to see the real effects of climate change, and then the nation states decide that we need to do something. We need to do something. So let me go through what would be the global response to the things that we have seen, such as the greenhouse gases, the ozone depletion, desertification, extreme weather, and climate change. So with all that is happening now, there is a clear and pressing evidence that the world is facing unprecedented environmental and social challenges. And there is a lack of systemic and integrated action taken in response to these challenges. There are urgent areas of concern. There are urgent areas of concern that number one is the global climate change. Then you talk about local and global biodiversity loss. And when you talk about local and global biodiversity loss, this is an indication that the life support system, the life supporting system of the earth has been insufficient. And then you talk about depletion of the natural resources, deforestation, air quality, access to water, hunger, gender equality, widening of inequalities of wealth, health, and well-being. And note that these are the main concerns that we have as we over the last 5 years. This has been put later on. You will see most of what we have and what I have listed here has been put in the 17th Sustainable Development Goal. So how did the world respond to this gradually deteriorating condition of the environment? Let's look at this. There is a survey being done by the World Economic Forum, not survey, a study actually being done by the World Economic Forum on global risk. And this was reported earlier this year, 2022. And when they did a study and they asking the expert opinion, what are the main concern? What do the experts think of the critical threat to the world? What will be the risk, or what will be the critical threat to the world in the next 2 years? So in other words, 2022, 2023, 2024. So in the next 2 years, the experts are saying that our main concern is extreme weather. I think the experts in Malaysia are beginning to believe that this is true, because we have seen several events of extreme flooding. And then we talk about livelihood crisis. Again, we can agree with this because due to COVID and so on, people are losing jobs, people are losing their incomes, they are facing hardship. So they are losing livelihood. And then we talk about climate action failure, soil erosion. In Malaysia, you got about landslide, that sort of things, infectious diseases, COVID, mental health deterioration. A lot of people are now suffering from mental health, and cybersecurity, debt crisis, digital inequality, and asset bubble burst. So look at this. There are two elements on the environment that are on the top. And then the survey carries on to ask the expert what, in their opinion, would be the most, will become the highest risk or the most critical threat to the world in the next 2 to 5 years. And here you see that right, oops, right at the top, you got climate action failures, extreme weather, and then social cohesion and erosion. Social cohesion and erosion is simply because of the digital devices. People interact less physically, but more on the digital platform. Then you got livelihood crisis is still there. Debt crisis, human environmental damage is coming in. Biodiversity loss is coming in the next 2 to 5 years. And the same questions are being asked to the same panel of experts. What do they think will happen in the next 5 to 10 years? In the next 5 to 10 years, we talk about our concern is on climate action failure, extreme weather, biodiversity loss, natural resources crisis, human environmental damage. The top five concerns or the top most critical threat to the world centers on the environment, centers on the environment. Okay, so these are the things that we need to acknowledge that we can't get away from. We can't get away from this. The issues related to the environment, the concerns related to the environment, or the crisis related to the environment, this has become something that we cannot put into the back seat. We have to address it head on. And the severe risk in the next over the next 10 years, you see here, this is again coming from the same report. This is, I think this is between 2 to 5 years. Between 2 to 5 years, these are the major concerns. Okay, so if that is the situation, what would be the response? What would be the response of the world? The response of the world actually started. I looked through into the literature and I found that the earliest realization on sustainability came from an organization, the OECD. This is the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. Okay, this is the Corporation of Economic Cooperation, Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. 1960, they first proposed to say that sustainable economic growth is very important. So in other words, if you are working on something that takes natural resources, this is where the concept of reuse, recycle, what do you call this, replace and so on comes in, because they say that you cannot, OECD says that you cannot keep on growing your economy by using material, natural material that cannot be replaced in the time that we are harvesting them. So the first realization came in 1960, but this is a small voice because OECD is not a very influential organization at that point of time. So they don't really listen to OECD at that point of time. But nevertheless, it is being put forward. And then you have what you another entity. This surprises me as well. And the Club of Rome is still in existence today. And the Club of Rome actually published a report, The Limits of Growth. Economy based on continuous consumption is not sustainable. Again, the Club of Rome in 1972, 12 years later, echoed or reinforces what OECD has already informed the global population. And now people are beginning to realize that, there is a relationship between economic growth and sustainability of the economy. If not they're not talking about the sustainability of the environment, they're talking about sustainability of the economy. So there is realization at that point of time in the early 70s. And then as we begin to see, as scientists has discovered that there are holes in the ozone layer in the North Pole and the South Pole, and that is when the United Nations actually commissioned what it calls the World Commission on Environment and Development to come up with a report. And this report was headed by Dr. Brundtland, and she and her team, Brundtland is a lady, she and her team came up with a report in 1987 that is called Our Common Future, United Nations 1987. And this is where the famous caption came, "We did not inherit this earth from our forefathers, but we are borrowing this from our grandchildren." So kita tidak mewarisi bumi ini daripada kita tidak mewarisi bumi ini daripada datuk nenek kita, tetapi kita meminjam daripada cucu cicit kita. Welcome Prof. Haryani. I saw a message popping up that you have just joined our session. Nice of you to make time to join this session. And based on that report, this is the most significant report that changed the direction or changed the thinking of the world leaders. And as a result of this report, there was a big conference involving all the head of states that took place 5 years later in 1992 in Rio. So this is where we have the Rio Earth Summit in 1992. And I think this is where Malaysia made a statement through our then Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad, Tun Mahathir. He says that what the actions of the rich is more important than the actions of the poor, because the rich actually consume 80% of the 20% of the population who are rich consume 80% of the natural resources that the world has to offer. Whereas the remaining 80%, of the population is utilizing only 20% of the earth resources. So if you ask the rich to reduce their consumption by 20%, then you'll be able to reduce 20 out of the 80, which is about 16% of consumption. But if you ask the poor to reduce by 20%, you would only be reducing by 4% of the whatever pollution that we are putting on the earth. So we made a statement, Malaysia made a statement at that point of time through Mahathir Mohamad. And then following the Earth Summit, the United Nations, with the agreement of all the nation states, agreed to embrace what they call Agenda 21. Agenda 21 is basically roughly about a 30-year plan to try to bring the level of pollution of the earth back to the 80s, to the level of the 80s. All were committed to taking actions in their country and taking actions as a global community to reduce the pollution and to try to bring the pollution levels back to the 80s. And as a result of Agenda 21, when you talk about Agenda 21, it does not mean there is 21 agenda. It means that this agenda is to be achieved by the year 2021, which was last year. And when the Agenda 21 was formulated, it was followed by the Millennium Development Goal, MDG. There are 8 Millennium Development Goals, and this took us from the year 2000 to 2015. And in 2015, we reviewed, the world community reviewed our achievements together as a global community, and we saw that we will not be able to attain the targets that we set by the year 2021, and hence they formulate a more comprehensive sets of goals, and this set of goals was put forward on the I believe it was September 2015. Okay, September 2015, it was put to the United Nations and it was adopted by the nation states, and hence in January 2016 it became official. And these goals, the 17 development goals, 17 sustainable development goals, is to take us for another 15 years from 2015 to 2030. Right? And this is the, okay, it's September. The United Nations General Assembly, September 27 to 20, September 25th to 27, 2015, and they have committed to what we call the 2030 Agenda. So in 2015, global leaders committed to transforming our World 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Central to this agenda, there are 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Remember, previously we had Agenda 21, so now we have Agenda 2030, yeah? The 2030 Agenda. The 2030 Agenda is supposed to take us to control the amount of pollution so that by 2020, the pollution levels would be somewhere around the 80s, okay? And this is where the Sustainable Development Goals are being formulated in the same manner where the MDGs, Millennium Development Goals, were formulated following Agenda 21. So that's how that's how the Sustainable Development Goals was brought into light. That is the history of it. You would notice that I've gone to some extent of going back to make sure that we understand what is the general condition, what are the components of the earth, and what we have done to the earth, what is the condition of the earth, and what the global community have done. The idea of giving that to you is basically taking you through so that you would understand the root cause of the problem. In addressing any problem, we really need to understand the root cause of the problem. And in using any tool, we must know how the tool came about and how the tool was developed. So now, most of us are going to be working. My students will be working in the areas of technology and engineering. Most of the participants of this particular workshop will be working in the IT sector. So irrespective of which sector that you are going to work, you need to understand how and why SDG came about. Okay, we need to understand that so that when we use SDG as one of our tools to solve our problems, then we will be using it with a full understanding why the goal was formulated. Now let's go into detail a little bit. What are the 17 development goals? Goal number 1 is no poverty. I must say that the 17 SDGs, the 17 SDG is more comprehensive in the sense that it not only looks at the technical solution, it also looks at the well-being of the people. Not only well-being of the people, it also looks at the well-being of the plant kingdom and also the animal kingdom. So in other words, it looks into what? It looks into the flora, fauna, it looks into the families of human, the 2F. It also looks into the area of the fresh air, fertile land, and also fresh water. So the 5 elements of the environment that I've mentioned earlier in my presentation has been addressed by the Sustainable Development Goal. And it focuses more on the family of human in the sense that we should we should drive towards a society where there is no poverty. Kita tidak mau ada miskin tegar sama ada di luar bandar ataupun urban poor. We do not want that. Ini bukan saja Sustainable Development Goal. Ini juga disarankan dalam Islam bahawa konsep zakat itu, konsep wakaf itu adalah untuk membantu supaya semua orang dapat menikmati hidup ini dengan sempurna. Dalam konsep Islam, Tuhan telah memberitahu kita bahawa apa? Dalam rezeki yang kami berikan kepada kamu itu ada rezeki orang lain. Dan sempena bulan puasa ni saya nak suggestkanlah siapa-siapa yang berkemampuan, siapa-siapa yang ada kelebihan itu berkongsi-kongsilah dengan rakan-rakan yang apa orang kata rakan-rakan kita yang kurang bernasib baik ya. So no poverty. So what you can do in this Ramadan is basically to help rumah anak yatim ataupun dekat kampung, dekat mana siapa yang mampu membantu. Bila you bantu itu nombor 1 sekali niat kerana Allah. Nombor 2, you are addressing SDG number 1. You are SDG number 1. Even though you are not the government. Kalau government tu nanti dia akan bagilah untuk apa bonus ke bantuan untuk orang miskin ke apa. That will come under SDG number 1. Number two, it follows that we should not be living in an environment where your tummies or your stomach are full and yet there are people around us who are hungry. So yang ni tak boleh. Should be zero hunger. Let me share with you an incident that not incident, an experience that I had. I think it was in Berjaya College. KDU. KDU. Dia punya hospitality punya program macam kita punya fakulti pengurusan hotel dan pelancongan, there is a module yang wajib. Modul yang wajib, semua student dia kena buat apa? Semua student dia kena volunteer hujung minggu. Dia tak jadi volunteer lah bila dah wajib tu. Semua student dia kena pergi ke apa orang kata, apa dipanggil soup kitchen tu, gelandangan all the homeless in the city to give out food. And that experience actually, when they do the report, they have to do reflection. Itu saya dimaklumkan oleh pensyarah yang mengajar itu menyebabkan anak-anak orang yang kaya itu bila dia pergi situ, dia tengok orang tak ada makanan, tak ada apa, menangis dan dia punya kehidupan itu berubah. So part of that, what they are doing is basically to address zero hunger. Then we talk about good health and well-being. In this era, especially in Malaysia, we should not be having people or communities or families that are denied access to good health services. Yang ni, whether health or mental health, whether physical or mental, it comes under good health. And then we talk about education. So kita ceritakan supaya sekarang everybody should have access. And in case of UiTM, I'm proud to see that. I'm proud to see that while we are talking about globally renowned university in 2025, we want to be globally renowned university. And to become globally renowned university, we look at three thrusts. One is quality education, the other one is global excellence, and the third one is value-driven performance. Under quality education, we talk about access to learning. Kita nak buka peluang untuk orang belajar seluas-luasnya because we believe education is a critical key to ensure success. And UiTM is one of the unique institution in the world, dalam dunia, that is very successful in terms of social mobility. What do I mean by social mobility? Social mobility ni makna dia seorang anak petani biasanya dia akan jadi petani. Seorang anak nelayan, a son or a child of a fisherman will always become a fisherman. Tapi di Malaysia, anak nelayan, bapa dia nelayan, anak dia lawyer. So in just one generation, we managed to turn around the family so that they are not trapped in that vicious cycle of poverty. So education is very important. And we also talk about gender equality. We do not setahu saya lah unless certain courses yang memang they require male, but in general there is no quota for male, there is no quota for female in terms of admission for study. Tetapi mungkin ada dalam dunia pekerjaan certain professions are male dominated, and I think the world community is doing something through sustainable goal SDG number 5 to ensure that there is equality in gender and no one is discriminated based on gender. In Malaysia, I think we are doing much better than some of the European countries. Pilot perempuan pun kita ada, semua ada. And gender equality sekarang dah ada, nurse lelaki pun dah ada. And if you go and check dekat kita punya fakulti sains kesihatan, nursing, there are male students taking nursing. Kalau 10 tahun dulu, lelaki ambil nursing, orang tengok serong aja. Pelik. But today, there is nothing wrong. I think dalam konteks kita yang masyarakat Islam ini, we need to have male nurses to attend to male patients and so on. If we want to go along that line of discussion, it dwells well with the Islamic thought as well. Then we talk about clean water and sanitation. Dekat sini kita cerita ni, this is where we talk about taking care of the fresh air. Yang ni semua tadi ni, all this we are taking care of what? The families of human, the F, 1F families of human. This is taking care of the fresh air. And we talk about affordable and clean energy. And affordable and clean energy, we are talking about the air pollution sebab kita tak mau produce energy and then we produce the greenhouse gases. And we're talking about fresh air dekat sini. And then we talk about decent work. Economic growth again relates to the families of human. Industry, innovation and infrastructure again talk about development, families of human. Reduce inequality, sustainable cities, community, responsible consumption and production. Ini semua with regards to human behavior. And then we talk about climate action. This is the top agenda. And then we talk about life below water and life on land. And this is addressing both the flora and fauna. And then we talk about peace and justice, peace, justice and institution. And finally, we talk about partnership for the goal. So 17 ini kalau kita tengok, kita boleh, you can actually map this to addressing the families of human, addressing the fresh air, addressing the fertile land, addressing the fresh water. So addressing the components of the environment in a holistic manner. So basically, what is the SDG all about? The SDG are about inclusive economic growth. Inclusive, we are not stopping the growth of the economy. What we're saying is that the economy cannot grow at the expense of the environment. They got to be together in a balance in such a way that the economy can be sustained by the environment. In some cases, I can share with you this information. In some cases, there are factories wanted to be. There are areas wanted to be developed wanted to be developed as an industrial areas where we put in factories, but we cannot do it because the water supply in that location, we do not have enough reserve of water to supply that particular region. So in that case, you see that because we did not take care of the environment, that we cannot have the enough supply of the fresh water, the economy cannot grow in that region. So that is an example of we talk about economic growth that is going hand in hand with sustainability. And we talk about inclusion of all the five components of the environment, and that is to ensure that the earth become resilient. This is to reduce mortality, raise living standard, adaptation to climate change. Reduce mortality and raise living standard comes from no poverty, no hunger, good health, and then raise living standard comes from quality education, gender equality. We talk about reduce inequalities. We talk about decent work. So all these are there. So if you look at the SDG, personally, I feel that SDG is more comprehensive and it is more realistic because it addresses the technology, the human, and the environment. Okay. We may go into this one by one. For example, if we talk about no poverty, some facts. This is sharing with you some facts. In terms of poverty, more than 700 million people, or 10% of the world population, still live in extreme poverty in the in certain continents. Okay, in certain continents, they are still living in extreme poverty, struggling to fulfill most basic needs like health, education, access to water, and sanitation. 1 out of 5 children live in extreme poverty. So 20% of the children live in extreme poverty. Ini bukan dekat Afrika sahaja. Ini bukan dekat Afrika sahaja. Even in well-developed countries, in the slum areas. In the slum areas, even in China, United States, India, Pakistan, even the Middle East, you find areas where, people are living in extreme poverty. Not mentioning the human crisis being created by wars that led to refugees and so on. So when we talk about poverty, these are issues that we need to address, and this is where I believe what Mahathir said in 1992 is true. If the rich has got some conscience, yang kaya-kaya tu kalau dia ada conscience, kalau dia ikutlah apa ajaran untuk bagi zakat, untuk bagi sedekah, untuk berwakaf itu, dan formula Islam yang ada itu termasuklah dengan SDG ini. The formula being put forward by Islam and also by SDG will be able to eradicate extreme poverty. I'm not saying that poverty can be eradicated altogether, but at least extreme poverty tak boleh. Ya. Ini dah jadi macam fardu kifayah. If you are a Muslim, this become a fardu kifayah. Kalau kita tak buat benda ni, maka berdosalah satu umat itu kerana membiarkan ada orang yang hidup dalam extreme poverty. Ya. Zero hunger. What facts do we have about zero hunger? Nearly 690 million people are hungry, or this represents 8.9% of the world population. This is up by 10 million in 1 year, and in the next 5 years, this figure will go up to another 60 million. Dia akan jadi 750 million. It is growing. The world is not on track to achieve zero hunger by 2030. So looking at the numbers and the trend, and with what has happened in the last 2 years, with people losing their livelihood because they lose jobs, because businesses closed down and so on due to the pandemic, we are not expecting that we can actually achieve the zero hunger target by 2030. And based on the projection that we have today, based on the models that we have today, we are expecting that by 2030, 840 juta, 840 million, 840 million will be in the category of not having enough food. 135 million suffer from acute hunger likely to man-made conflicts or due to climate change or economic downturns. Man-made conflicts ni macam Syria, and now you're seeing Ukraine. Syria, Ukraine, where you have refugees, and then sometimes the mechanism of sending aid is not that smooth, and people do not get food in time, and especially when winter is coming and so on. The result could be catastrophic. Economic downturns, as we are now observing due to pandemic, is also a real threat. So a real threat and causing people. Tak pernah dalam seingat saya lah sepanjang saya hidup, orang kena angkat bendera putih untuk apa? Bendera putih to put on white flags in their houses, in front of their houses to indicate that they have no food. I have not seen that in my life. And I never imagined that I would see that in Malaysia. So things are real. Bahawa apa orang kata, when we talk about zero hunger tu, and you would not, and you see that these houses, these are middle income people, middle income punya areas. These are not people who goes around and do begging, but for them to take a white flag and put in front of their house, that must be a tremendous courage to overcome their ego and to overcome their malu dan sebagainya lah. So I must say that I've not seen that. I was not expecting in my life to see that happening in Malaysia. So bayangkan, you can imagine in other countries not as fortunate as Malaysia, the situation could be worse. And we should also be focusing on increasing agricultural productivity and talk about sustainable food production so that we can produce more food. And this is something for the younger generation to contemplate. Malaysia may have been on the right track. From the 80s, we embarked on industrialization, but I think we made a mistake. My generation made a mistake, or at least the generation before me, because they were leaders at that time. And when we embarked on the Malaysian Industrial Plan, kita lupa pertanian. We forgot about agriculture. And that was done in the 80s. 90s, 2000, 2010, 30 years down the line. 30 years down the line, apa yang berlaku sekarang, we are highly dependent on food export. Food import. Kalau there is a change in currency, dia menyebabkan our economic situation may become unstable. So I think the future generation would have to look at this and ensure that we have food security. Apa yang kita nak daripada negara kita? Allah dah bagikan a very blessed country. tanahnya subur, airnya cukup, ya, rakyatnya ada ramai, teknologi pun ada. Why are we not focusing on the technology to help improve the agricultural sector so that we can attain what is called the food security for the country? Yeah? Good health and well-being. This goal is being put simply because we want to increase the life expectancy and reduce some of the common killers associated with child and maternal mortality. So kita tak mahu tengok anak-anak mati ataupun ibu-ibu mati masa melahirkan anak. Dulu it's quite common that the mother dies during the childbirth, or the child was born, stillborn during childbirth and so on. But with the technology and the affluence that the country has acquired now, kita pun dah agak mewah juga, and we should be providing healthcare. This is another thing, food of thought for you younger generations. Again, we talk about privatization. When we talk about privatization, there is good, there is bad. There is advantage and disadvantage of the privatization. You may embark on privatization provided that you ensure the population can afford the care. Otherwise, then you have to make sure that the public healthcare system is good. The public healthcare system can cater for the population. Kalau tidak, we are not doing justice to the population. Quality education. There are about, some facts, about 260 million children are still out of school in 2018. Okay, this is 2018 before COVID. Before COVID, 260 million tak pergi sekolah. This is nearly 1 out of 5 of the global population in that age group. And more than half of the children and adolescents worldwide are not meeting minimum proficiency in reading and mathematics. In 2020, we closed the schools, and by April, ini masa MCO pertama, PKP yang pertama, March 2020, most of the countries between March to April, February, March, April, they imposed lockdown. And April 2020, 1.6 billion children were out of school. Tak belajar. Even some of you who have your younger brothers ataupun niece and nephews who are of the age 8, 7, and 6, 7, and 8, you will see that their schooling has been disrupted because of the pandemic. So quality education is something that we need to ensure that it is accessible to all citizens of the world. That is what we look for. What we look for in SDG number 4. SDG number 5 is gender equality, I think, gender equality. There are many challenges remain. Discriminatory laws and social norms remain pervasive. Women continue to be underrepresented at the top level of political leadership. And 1 in 5 women or girls between age of 15 and 49 report experiencing physical or sexual violence by an intimate partner within 12 months period. So yang ini di Malaysia ni pun we need to focus on gender equality and also protection of children and women. So yang ini pun there is quite a strong movement in Malaysia to advocate this. My personal opinion, the movement that advocates the gender equality in Malaysia should be in line with the norms of the Islamic teaching, because Islam is the federal religion of the federation. Kita punya agama rasmi persekutuan. Janganlah sampai we do not want to see there's no harm in women becoming CEOs and all that, tapi janganlah sampai ke tahap nanti you want a woman to be imam of a masjid. Itu bila melanggar syariah, itu we should draw a line to what gender equality is. So in other words, what I'm saying is gender equality as proposed by SDG, adopted by the Western countries, we should adapt to our norms and religious belief in Malaysia. Okay. And we are seeing this also in Malaysia. Emerging data shows that since the outbreak of the pandemic, violence against women and girls, particularly in the domestic scenario, has intensified. So we are seeing this. And with regards to clean water and sanitation, worldwide, globally, 1 in 3 people do not have access to safe drinking water. Maknanya dia apa? Dia minum masih lagi daripada telaga, daripada mata-mata air ataupun daripada sungai. And if they collect this from springs that are clean, rivers that are clean is fine. But unfortunately, some of the drinking sources has been contaminated. 2 out of 5 people do not have basic hand washing facility with soap and water. Tak ada. And more than 630 million tidak ada tandas. They just do it out in the open. Dia tidak ada tandas. They just do their business in the river, on the beaches, or in the bushes. So clean water and sanitation needs to be addressed as well. Affordable clean energy. This is to improve access to clean and safe cooking fuels technology for 3 billion people to expand the use of renewable energy beyond electricity sector. So especially you talk about electricity, and some of the electricity are powered by coal, some are powered by oil, some are powered by gas. So we should be moving towards renewable energy. And if we need to use the hydrocarbons, then we should be limiting to mainly gas because that is less polluting. And we should be looking at other sources of energy, especially now in Malaysia. I think we are moving into renewable energy such as solar. Yeah. And decent work and economic growth. 1 in 5 countries are home to billions of people living in poverty. And you are likely to see the income per capita to remain as it is or to decline in 2020. And the International Labour Organization estimate that nearly half the global workforce is at risk of losing their livelihood. Dia kena buang kerja, jadi that will affect the livelihood. So it is the responsibility of the industry and the government to provide job opportunities. That is number one. It is also the responsibility of the people, of the individuals, to become entrepreneurs, to create work for themselves, not just to be dependent on what the government is doing. I believe that to be successful, you do not put yourself in the hands of others. You need to do something in order to make life better for yourself and your family. SDG number 9, industries, innovation and infrastructure. This is very much related to my College of Engineering, but it is also related to you when we talk about infrastructure. This is the digital infrastructure. And when we talk about digital infrastructure, there banyak benda dekat sini. You talk about the IoTs and so on, to improve the manufacturing, to improve the agricultural sector and so on. Least developed countries in particular need to accelerate development of their manufacturing, scale up investment in scientific research and innovation. Malaysia research is good, but somehow our research did not reach the community. Kita buat research, dia tersimpan sebagai research. So perhaps this is the failure of my generation. Your generation would take this further and to make sure that whatever research that you do reaches the community. The manfaat itu sampai, the benefits gets to the society. And global manufacturing growth has been steadily on the decline. Reduced inequalities. COVID-19 pandemic has significantly increased global unemployment and dramatically slashed workers' income. So dia jadikan apa orang kata, whatever that is jurang, there is a gap between the rich, the haves and the have not. The COVID has made that gap larger. Limited progress has been made on gender equality and women's rights over the past decade to reduce the inequalities. Sebab kadang-kadang in some countries, I'm saying this, in some countries, gaji the male worker doing the same work as the female worker, gaji lelaki itu lebih tinggi daripada gaji perempuan. Tapi di Malaysia, if you have the same job, the same nomenclature of the job, the same description, gajinya sama. But in some countries I know, even Germany, kalau di universiti, profesor lelaki gajinya lebih tinggi daripada profesor perempuan. So dekat Malaysia tak berlaku macam tu. Kalau saya profesor, Prof Haryani pun profesor, gaji kami sama. Dia tidak ada beza. Refugees and migrants as well as indigenous people, older person, these are basically marginalized communities. Kadang-kadang mereka ini ketinggalan, they are left behind. So we need to have basically policies. Policies, willpower and compassion. Kalau tidak, tak boleh ada reduce inequality. So kalau tanya saya, nak jayakan SDG nombor 10, you need to have policies, regulation, you need to have compassion, and you need to have willpower. SDG number 11, sustainable cities and communities. Again, this is where engineering and computer science has got a very important role to play. A very important role to play as we move towards automation. Automation to help improve the yield, to help improve connectivity, to help sama ada agriculture ataupun sustainable cities, to help improve the communication. So semua ni apa semua dia boleh membantu kita to increase our productivity. And you talk about water services, sanitation, road system. And again, this is technology dan dia juga banyak juga bergantung kepada IT. And now you are able to see the routes that you are taking, jam ke tak jam, pathway apa semua tu. This is a combination of IT being provided by computer science, the physical road being provided by the engineering, and then there are many other sectors involved in bringing the services to the public. SDG number 12, you talk about responsible consumption and production. Some data. It is we estimate that 1/3 of the food being produced equivalent to 1.3 billion tons around the world ends up rotting in the bin. Ends up rotting in the bin. Saya ambil contoh macam ni lah, ambil ayam Ayam seekor, kita makan 70% sahaja. Bakinya, bulu ayam, lemak dia apa semua, 30%. So 30% goes to the landfill, 30% goes to waste. I can share with you now, the College of Engineering, we are looking with a very big company from Germany, Natural Protein. Kita nak convertkan dia punya semua waste yang tak guna dalam ayam itu into something that is usable. Kita convert pada minyak, oil, kita convert pada protein. People worldwide switch to energy efficient light bulbs. This would save. Kalau semua orang tukar pada energy light bulbs, this would save in terms of electricity 120 billion annually. Should the global population reach 9.6 billion by 2050, and the equivalent of almost 3 planets could be required to provide natural resources needed to sustain current lifestyle. So kalau population kita keep on improving, makanan nak kena tambah, apa orang kata the use of minyak nak kena apa, all these things equivalent to 3 planets, we need to do that. We really need to look into transition of low carbon and green economies or circular economy. 13, climate change. Some data. 2019 was the second warmest year on record, and the end of the warmest decade, 2010 to 2019 ever recorded. Carbon dioxide levels and other greenhouse gases in the atmosphere rose to a new record in 2019. In 2019. So climate change is affecting every country on every continent. It is disrupting national economy and affecting lives. Kalau kita tengok projection by 2050, kalau berlaku lah apa orang kata increase in sea level, kampus UiTM Shah Alam akan jadi macam kampus Dungun. Kampus UiTM Shah Alam akan jadi tepi pantai, a beachfront. So saya tak apalah, bangunan saya tingkat sampai tingkat 20. Boleh jadi apa orang kata, boleh have a good view of the beach. But if we do not do something, the Klang, Shah Alam area ni, a lot of them will be inundated. So climate change has got that effect on us. Paris Agreement of 2015, the nation states have agreed to arrest the effect of climate change. Life below water and life on land, kedua-duanya melihatkan kepada reducing the pollution into the aquatic environment and also onto the land and also into the atmosphere. So this is to ensure biodiversity. We do not lose our biodiversity. 16 peace, justice, and strong institution. You cannot do this without the non-structural measures. Structural measures are the hard technology. The non-structural measures, we talk about the legislation, regulations, the policies, and so on. So the world must have a strong willpower, and they need to address macam the United Nations are being put in place to replace the League of World simply to ensure world peace. Tapi apa yang berlaku di Palestine, di Syria, di Ukraine, it seems that these institutions are not they are not playing their role. And then you talk about the UNHCR about refugee. If this institution is very effective, then over a duration of 70 years, takkan kita masih ada lagi refugee sampai 70 million, ya. So it looks like it's not working that good. And finally, we need to have partnership, and no country can work together. No country can work alone in order to arrest the deterioration of the environment. So if you want to know more, I've given this link for you to read more on sustainable development. So I hope that covers the part on SDG. And these are some of the definitions. So you look at sustainability. Yang tadi kita tengok the 17 goals. We need to understand the definition of sustainability. Kita kata dekat sini are taken from various sources. Sustainability is capacity to support, maintain, or endure, indicating both and the process. So sustainability is not talking about setting goals. It is also doing. It's a process. Sustainability can be maintained at certain rate or level as in sustainable economic growth. So kita nak cuba bawa the level of pollution itu back macam kita pada tahun 80-an dulu. That is our aim. It can also be upheld and defended as in sustainable definition of good governance practice. So again, you can have this as a policy to be upheld. Sustaining economic growth versus sustained life on Earth may not be compatible. So we got to look at the sustainable economic growth in light of sustainable environment. The last sentence would sum up what I want to say about sustainability. So it is important to note that sustainable development is not purely about environmental issues, as it is commonly misconstrued. It includes a balance of economic, social, and environmental factors which are interconnected, overlapping, and interdependent. Okay. Checking the time. Lama mana lagi ada masa saya? Ke dah habis?
Habis dah, Prof. Habis dah.
Dah habis? Okey. Kalau
Saya
dah habis cukuplah tu. Mana dia saya sentuh tentang apa? Saya sentuh tentang SDG sahaja seperti yang diminta. Saya ingat kalau ada masa lebih tu nak cerita sikit tentang skill set, tak apa. I will stop here. Perhaps we can have some discussion or questions. Okay, back to you, saudari pengacara majlis kita. Siapa nama tadi? Saya tak tangkap nama.
Nama saya Nuris Alia Zainuddin.
Nuris. Okay, back to you, Nuris.
Terima kasih yang berbahagia Profesor Surveyor Engineer Dr. Haji Suhaimi Abdul Talib di atas perkongsian yang penuh makna sebentar tadi. Saya harap semua peserta sedikit sebanyak jelas tentang SDG Goals. Tanpa melengahkan masa lagi, saya teruskan majlis dengan meraihkan kehadiran yang berbahagia Profesor Teknologi Dr. Haryani Harun, Dekan Fakulti Sains Komputer dan Matematik, dan yang berbahagia Profesor Madya Teknologi Dr. Nur Atika Sia Abdullah, Timbalan Dekan Penyelidikan dan Jaringan Industri Fakulti Sains Komputer dan Matematik. Selamat datang ke ProSolve National 2022. Setinggi-tinggi penghargaan dan kesyukuran dipanjatkan kehadrat Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala kerana dengan limpah kurnianya dapat kita berhimpun bersama-sama dalam ProSolve National 2022. Untuk makluman hadirin, ProSolve National 2022 merupakan sebuah pertandingan untuk menguji dan meningkatkan kemahiran pelajar-pelajar dari seluruh cawangan UiTM dan universiti lain dalam penyelesaian masalah. Tujuan utama majlis ini dijalankan adalah untuk meningkatkan lagi pemikiran kritis para pelajar di samping mengasah bakat mereka dalam menyelesaikan masalah-masalah yang berlaku dalam kehidupan seharian. Pergi ke kota beli selasih, sayang si dara buat halwa. Berilah kata simpulan kasih, sulapkan mesra, satukan jiwa. Tidak lengkaplah majlis kita kali ini tanpa ucapan daripada Dekan Fakulti Sains Komputer dan Matematik. Tanpa membuang masa lagi, saya menjemput yang berbahagia Profesor Teknologi Dr. Haryani Harun, Dekan Fakulti Sains Komputer dan Matematik untuk memberikan ucapan. Majlis dengan segala hormatnya mempersilakan.
Terima kasih Saudari Norris. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Yang berbahagia Profesor Surveyor Insinyur Dr. Haji Suhaimi Abdul Talib, seorang yang the most respected Professor, penolong Nak Chancellor College Pengajian Kejuruteraan. Yang berusaha Profesor Madya Dr. Nur Atika Sia Abdullah, Timbalan Dekan Penyelidikan dan Jaringan Industri. Yang berusaha Profesor Madya Dr. Syuzdina binti Abdul Rahman, Ketua Pusat Pengajian Sistem Maklumat Fakulti Sains Komputer dan Matematik. Yang berusaha Penasihat Persatuan AIS, Puan Siti Nur Kamalia Kamarudin, Barisan Pensyarah Fakulti Sains Komputer dan Matematik. Dan yang diingati yang paling rajin saya rasa adalah pengarah program Muhammad Ammar Ad-Din bin Hussein. Tepukan untuk Muhammad Ammar dan barisan majlis tertinggi dan esko serta para hadirin yang mengikuti sesi ini secara fizikal dan juga secara online. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, para hadirin sekalian, terlebih dahulu syukur Alhamdulillah kerana dengan limpah berkat dan keizinannya dapatlah kita bersama-sama pada hari yang ke-7 bulan Ramadan ini untuk majlis perasmian ProSolve National 2022 yang dianjurkan oleh satu persatuan yang saya rasa sungguh aktif di FSKM, iaitu Persatuan Artificial Intelligence Society, AIS, FSKM. Syabas dan tahniah kepada semua ahli jawatan kuasa pelaksana yang sungguh mempunyai tekad yang tinggi dan komitmen yang tinggi. Saya tahu untuk menganjurkan program seperti ini telah beberapa kali ditangguhkan kerana tidak cukup peserta. Namun dan bukan saja tak cukup peserta, beberapa kengkangan lain yang terpaksa dihadapi. Namun pada hari ini berjaya juga menganjurkan program ini untuk membantu para pelajar mendapat pendedahan bagi masalah real life problems. ProSolve National 2022 kali ini merupakan kali ketiga Persatuan AIS menganjurkannya, dan seperti mana yang kita maklum, impak dan kebaikan program ini kepada pelajar sangatlah banyak. Dia dapat mendedahkan pelajar-pelajar kita kepada cara penyelesaian masalah berdasarkan realiti masa kini dan situasi masa kini, di samping mencabar keupayaan pelajar dalam kemahiran coding dalam masa yang terhad. ProSolve juga mempraktikkan penggunaan sistem, platform dan juga alternatif yang baru seperti Dome Judge, Trello, WordPress dan banyak lagi dalam menyebarkan maklumat kepada pelajar dan membantu dalam penilaian solusi yang diberikan oleh peserta. Jadi dengan ini saya rasa sekali lagi tepukan gemuruh kita berikan kepada penganjur atas komitmen yang tinggi dan kejayaan ini. Dan saya tidak ingin memanjangkan lagi ucapan. Sekali lagi saya ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih terutamanya kepada Profesor Dr. Haji Suhaimi Abdul Talib, penolong Nak Chancellor College Pengajian Kejuruteraan kerana kesudian berkongsi ilmu kepada semua peserta dan juga pelajar dan juga pensyarah di sini berkenaan dengan SDG. Sesungguhnya saya amat terpesona ya kata tadi, bukan terpesona kepada Prof tapi terpesona atas ilmu yang disampaikan yang saya rasa cukup berguna kepada kita. Maaf Prof, bergurau sikit hari ini. Ya, jadi sebelum mengakhiri ucapan ini, saya sekali lagi ingin mengucapkan syabas dan tahniah kepada jawatankuasa penganjur kepada penganjuran program yang sangat bermanfaat ini, dan FSKM sentiasa menyokong program-program yang mampu memberikan impak kepada pembangunan pelajar di FSKM dan seterusnya di universiti. Dengan lafaz Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, dengan ini saya merasmikan program ProSolve National 2022.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Profesor Teknologis Dr. Haryani Harun, Dekan Fakulti Sains Komputer dan Matematik, di atas ucapan perasmian sebentar tadi. Majlis sekali lagi menjemput Profesor Teknologis Dr. Haryani Harun untuk naik ke atas pentas diiringi Profesor Madya Teknologis Dr. Nur Atika Sia Abdullah, Profesor Madya Dr. Syuslina Abdul Rahman dan Puan Siti Nur Kamalia Kamarudin. Boleh. Dah nampak? Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Profesor Teknologi Dr. Haryani Harun atas perasmian ProSolve National 2022 sebentar tadi. Dengan berakhirnya ucapan sebentar tadi, maka berakhirlah majlis pembukaan kita pada pagi ini. Kami dari pihak penganjur menyusun 10 jari memohon kemaafan atas kekurangan sepanjang kami mengendalikan majlis ini. Sesungguhnya, segala yang baik itu datangnya daripada Allah SWT dan segala kekurangan itu datangnya dari pihak kami sendiri. Sebelum saya akhiri majlis kita, diminta pelajar untuk kekal dalam platform Webex untuk meneruskan slot yang seterusnya bersama Profesor Surveyor Engineer Dr. Haji Suhaimi Abdul Talib, penolong Naib Chancellor Kolej Pengajian Kejuruteraan. Kita akhiri majlis pembukaan ini dengan membaca tasbih kafarah dan surah Al-As. Saya mempersilakan yang berbahagia Profesor Surveyor Engineer Dr. Haji Suhaimi Abdul Talib untuk meneruskan perkongsian correlation between IT and SDG goals. Dipersilakan.
Okey, terima kasih saudari pengacara majlis. Ni dengar betul-betul lah ni. Ini dah sah dah. Tadi yang sesi pertama tadi tak sah sebab tak rasmikan lagi kan. So yang ni baru sesi kita yang sah. Yang ni dapat pahala banyak sikit dah. Sebab dah dirasmikan. Baik, let us continue on. I have gone through with you the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Now, what is our role? What is our role as future leaders? What is our role as future leaders? I would say this, in order for us to be part of the Sustainable Development Goal, as a participant and also as a leader, to help improve the situation, to help improve the conditions of the environment, to stop it from further deteriorating, and to help improve the livelihood of ourselves, our family, our society, and also our nation. We need to have certain competencies. we need to have certain competencies or we need to have certain skill sets. And I have 8 skill sets here that I would like to share with you. And these are systems thinking, and anticipatory competency, strategic, normative, self-awareness, collaboration, critical thinking, and also integrated problem solving. Let us look at one of these one at a time. There are 8 competencies or 8 skill sets that you require in order to be able to strive in the future in the context of sustainable development. System thinking. System thinking, this is the ability to recognize and understand relationships, to analyze complex systems, to think how systems are embedded within different domains and different skills, and to deal with uncertainty. So in your context as IT experts or computer scientists, you need, before you can program something, before you can develop any applications, you need to be able to understand the system that you are modeling, the system that you are digitalizing. So the system thinking competency is the foremost important skill set that you need to acquire. So you must be able to analyze complex problem. If, for example, I say that we want to be able to come up with a system that allows students to choose the right program that they want to do for their study. So at present, our method of selection is just based on the SPM results, based on the STPM, based on the matriculation and so on. Should we are able to quantify the human behavior, the human interest, the cognitive competency, the psychomotor competency, and the affective competency all into one big data, and then you can analyze this as a complex system and come up with an artificial intelligence that will direct the student to the most appropriate courses that is in line with their interests and in line with their capabilities. So that is not available at the present. So that is why sometimes you see students make choices based on the minimum requirement needed for a program and the results that they have. Dia konon-konon pilih berdasarkan pada apa yang dia minat dengan result yang dia ada. But if that is right, we would not be seeing that students are being forced to do something that they do not like. Some of them will withdraw from the studies, and all that is happening that we can see now. Perhaps in future, if you can master this system thinking's competency, not only solving problems of students picking up the right courses for them to do, and we are talking about we will be able to develop a system to choose the right product to produce in the market so that to satisfy the needs of the customer, at the same time making a decent profit. So this requires not only the technological aspect, it also offers the legal and the cultural aspect as well. Now, let me give you one example. We are very advanced in terms of the medical profession. The medical profession, what we have is now we are at the level where robots can actually perform surgery on the patient. But however, the advancement of the technology was not in line with the advancement of the legal aspect or the business aspect. In other words, what I'm saying is our insurance system does not allow coverage if the procedure is not performed by a doctor. So teknologi ada, tapi orang tak boleh nak guna teknologi itu sebab kalau guna teknologi itu insurans tak boleh bayar. So this is why we need to understand, to develop a technology, we need to understand the whole ecosystem of the technology, which is complex. It may include, saya bagi contoh dekat sini tiga aspek saja, culture, legal, and also technology. So system thinking is very important. Next is anticipatory competency. Anticipatory competency, these are abilities to understand and evaluate multiple futures, possible, probable, desirable, to create one's own vision for the future, to apply precautionary principle, to assess the consequences of action, and to deal with risks and changes. So anticipatory competency ni, we must be able to anticipate what is going to happen. So in a world that is so much changes in the VUCA world, I think you've heard the word VUCA before, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. In a VUCA world, it is not that easy to anticipate what is going to happen in the next 3 months. So what we say now is anticipatory competency is your ability to do foresight analysis and scenario planning. Foresight analysis and scenario planning, because by doing that, only you can have yourself prepared. For example, we talk about, okay, students coming back on campus. 70% of the students coming back on campus, they come back in March. And then suddenly the ministry announced 1 hari bulan April is going to be a endemic transition punya duration. So what is going to happen? Kalau dia dah kata apa orang kata, sembahyang dekat masjid dah boleh rapat-rapat. Now you got to anticipate. Dalam classroom kita sekarang boleh kena jarak-jarakkan lagi ke? Perlu ke buat hybrid ataupun semua dah boleh balik macam biasa? So we got to anticipate that. What happens if next week the ministry says come back? Everybody come back, dah boleh rapat-rapat semua macam tu. So what would be the plan of the faculty? So in other words, in your case, bila kita cerita tentang anticipatory competency ni, is your ability to advance machine learning, to advance artificial intelligence, to play out scenario. To play out scenario, apa dia scenario yang kita boleh lihat, kemungkinan yang akan terjadi. Kalau scenario ini is being played out, what are our actions? Kalau scenario ini, what are our actions? Now people talk about plan A, plan B. With the help of computer simulation, with the help of artificial intelligence, with the help of machine learning, you can have 26 scenario at least, because there are 26 alphabet. Bukan, dia tak berhenti dekat A, B sajalah. Dia boleh sampai Z. So in other words, what you need to have is this anticipatory competency, which I will sum up as your ability to do foresight analysis and scenario planning. And the next competency is what I call the strategic competency. These are abilities to collectively develop and implement innovative actions that further the goals of learning organizations sustainably. So strategic competency ini contohnya ialah what you do now is going to help what you not want to achieve 20 years later. So strategic competency is like setting agenda 2030 using the Sustainable Development Goal. So the Sustainable Development Goal, each of the Sustainable Development Goal will have the strategic action plan. So what are the strategic action plan that we need to do in order to help us achieve our long-term goal? So that is a strategic competency. Yang ini kena ada. You cannot do injustice to yourself by just learning what you need in the next 2 weeks, in this semester sahaja. You got to start looking, okay, I am now in semester 4. Nak bawa ke mana diri aku ini? Lagi 20 tahun di mana aku akan berada? In order to be where I wanted to be, what are the things that I need to do? And what are the things that I need to anticipate? Nampak tak? What are the things that I need to anticipate? So for example, I am now the PNC, the PNC of College of Engineering. I would be looking at where would College of Engineering be 20 years from now. 20 years from now, I imagine that since we have merged all the engineering, we will be able to come up with services, solutions, products that involve multidisciplinary of all chemical, civil, electrical, mechanical engineers, not only with the 4 disciplines. My hope is to work together with the people in medicine, dentistry, and also agriculture. Why? We need to help improve. We need to help to include the engineering component to help improve the medical and health services. We need to give the engineering component, the engineering input to help secure food security with the agro faculty. So these are the things that I begin to see and I begin to formulate. And hopefully we will be able also to work with the faculty of computing and mathematics in order to be looking at how some of these processes that are highly manual using manual operators, we can, what do you call this, we can automate them, and then not just automate, but the machine itself will be able to make self-adjustment through machine learning based on the quality of the raw material that is coming in. So ini yang kita katakan putting together your systems thinking, your anticipatory thinking, and also your strategic competency. So these are the competencies that we need to look at. Then of course the critical thinking competency, yang ini tak payah tunggu SDG. Critical thinking competency is basically your ability to question norm. Your ability to question norm. Okay. Saya ada pen. This is a pen. If I ask you, can you give me 10 ways to improve the pen? Most of you akan kata, dah pen tu dah boleh tulis, sudahlah. Nak buat apa lagi lah. So the idea of making improvement is to question, can I make this better? If you accept it, dah tak boleh ubah lagi dah, then there is your rating of critical thinking is very low. Yeah? Bukan tak ada. I would say rating of critical thinking is very low. So critical thinking is about your ability to question norms and practices and opinions, and reflect on your own values, perception, and action, and take position in disruptive change discourse. So makna kata kita bukan saja question, kita come up with a solution, kita come up with a proposal to make things better. So this critical thinking is very important for a technical profession. It is also important untuk apa? Untuk entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship ni dia jadi macam ni. Kalau ada critical thinking ni, nampak satu benda macam ni boleh, oh dia nampak benda tu, oh ini boleh buat duit. Nampak benda tu, ini boleh buat duit. So that is the thing, how do I turn this into opportunity? You look at something that people say this is waste, this is a burden. Try to come up with critical thinking, how can I convert that into something of economic value, something of monetary value. Sesuatu yang kita katakan masalah, convertkan kepada opportunity. So critical thinking will help you with that. And the next skill set that you need to acquire is integrated problem solving competency. So solving problem one at a time is simple, but to solve problem in a complex system is not that easy. So bila kita cerita tentang integrated problem solving competency, you are talking about problem solving frameworks to complex organizational and societal problems. So satu contoh je lah, satu contoh. Kita kata minyak yang kuning tu, minyak bukan warna kuning, kat pam tu je dia tulis warna kuning dengan warna hijau tu. Minyak warna kuning hanya boleh dibeli oleh rakyat Malaysia. Hanya boleh dibeli oleh rakyat Malaysia. Sebab dia subsidized. Foreigners are buying it. How do you come up with a system to ensure that only Malaysians buy that that petrol? Ron 95 ke? Only Malaysians yang buy. Or if you say that now, kita tengok minyak ni. Minyak is subsidized by the government. When oil is being subsidized by the government, siapa yang dapat banyak subsidi? Orang kaya yang dapat banyak subsidi. Sebab apa? Orang kaya yang pakai Mercedes, orang kaya yang pakai BMW, orang kaya yang pakai Velfire, yang guna minyak banyak, dia yang guna minyak banyak. Kalau dia apa orang kata dia guna minyak RM1,000, government bagi subsidi 30%, dia dapat RM300. Student yang miskin, dia ada motor kapcai je. Dia guna minyak lebih kurang RM10 saja. RM10. Jadi bulan tu government bagi kat dia RM3, tapi bagi kat orang kaya RM300. So it is not a fair type of subsidy. So how do you come up with a solution to give the subsidy to the targeted group? Orang yang layak dapat. At present, the mathematics doesn't allow us to do that. Perhaps you can come up with apa orang kata a system, artificial intelligence. Take a look at all the data. Dia dah become apa nama big data. Then you go into data analytics to come up with a system that kita boleh kenal pasti yang mana yang apa orang kata, yang mana yang layak dapat subsidi, yang mana tak layak dapat subsidi. Kalau macam saya dah profesor, tak layak dah dapat subsidi sepatutnya. Tapi saya pergi stesen minyak, saya boleh guna lagi minyak kuning tu. There is no system to distinguish that. So macam mana kita nak buat? To make sure that the car ke, dia boleh identify the car ke, dia boleh identify the owner ke, sebelum minyak tu boleh apa orang kata, minyak tu boleh dispense. Okay, the other thing yang kita kena ada ialah normative competency. Normative competency is keupayaan kita, our ability to understand the culture or the values of the people that we are serving. So maksud dia kalau kita nak introduce satu sistem, nak introduce satu produk dekat sesuatu masyarakat itu, we need to understand apa dia punya budaya dia. We need to understand the norms and the values that underlie one's action. Bila kita dah faham apa dia punya budaya tu, barulah kita boleh kemukakan apa orang kata, kita kemukakan solution yang bertepatan dengan dia orang. Ini saya bagi satu contoh Ada satu perkampungan perkampungan ini di Bosnia. Bosnia di Europe lah. Jangan ingat kat Europe tu semua maju je. Dia pun ada juga country side yang apa orang kata tidak ada bekalan air, tidak ada bekalan elektrik Masih ada perkampungan-perkampungan di Eropah itu, kawasan-kawasan pergunungan itu yang tidak ada bekalan air. So what happened in this particular village? Dia orang buatkan bekalan air, ambil air pada sungai, air itu bersih, tak payah treatment, pump aja ke tangki tu dia buat storage tu untuk apa? Untuk bertahan selama 24 jam. Kalau pump rosak tak boleh pump air pergi ke apa? Pump rosak tak boleh pump air, tak boleh pergi ke tangki, 24 jam air tu masih boleh mengalir pergi ke rumah-rumah yang ada dalam kampung tu lah. Rumah tak banyak, tak sampai 100 pun kat dalam kampung tu. Dalam 30-40 buah rumah saja yang ada dekat dalam kampung tu. So what happened was, bila pump rosak, air 2 jam dah habis. Bukan bertahan kata 24 jam. 2 jam dah habis. So bila kita pergi tengok, bila yang ni yang cerita pada ni kawan saya lah daripada Europe. Bila pergi tengok, dia kata rupanya orang kampung tu bila dia guna air, dia buka pipe tu, dia tak tutup dah. Dia buka je pipe tu bila mengalir. Nak ambil dia pergi ambil lah. Kalau tak ambil je biar air tu mengalir. Sebab apa? Sebab dia kata air kat sungai tu sentiasa mengalir je. Tak ada siapa pun tutup sungai tu. So maknanya kebiasaan dia orang dia tak reti kata apa, tak guna tutup. So when you do not have the normative competency, you will not be providing a solution that will suit the population that you are serving. So it is very important to have the normative competency. Yang ini juga akan membantu kita apa? Bila kita buat apa orang kata negotiation. When you do negotiation, you need to have normative competency to understand the culture of the other party. And this is becoming more and more important because we are already in the open economy, and a lot of companies, you will be talking about what? You will be talking about hiring people from various ASEAN countries, from various countries in the world. Or your company will be interacting with companies that are foreign to Malaysia. And this is where you need to have intercultural competency so that you will be able to work together with them with two things: mutual respect and tolerance. With mutual respect and tolerance. And then the next one is self-awareness competency. Self-awareness competency ni kita go back to Imam Ghazali. Apa dia kata? Self-awareness ni kita mesti tahu jaga kita punya egoism, arrogance, sombong, conceit, bersederhana, selfishness, greed, lust, intolerance, anger, lying, cheating, gossiping. Ini mengumpat, ini memfitnah, gossiping is mengumpat, slandering. So yang ni kita kena ada elemen apa yang kita katakan apa? Self-awareness. Kalau kita boleh jihad terhadap apa yang dikatakan oleh Imam Ghazali itu, then you will have this self-awareness competency. And then we need to have in this era collaboration competency. Kalau boleh saya nak tambah kat sini, saya akan kata digital collaboration competency. Because nowadays you need to collaborate with people around the world and using digital collaboration. And with digital collaboration combined dengan normative competency ini, then you will have good participation in terms of collaboration with your partners in different companies or different parts of the world. Okay. I want to touch about yang saya bagi 8 ini, and I want to assure you that in Malaysia, kita ada apa yang dinamakan falsafah pendidikan negara. Falsafah pendidikan negara di Malaysia dia kata apa? Education in Malaysia is an ongoing effort towards further developing the potential of the individual in a holistic, integrated manner so as to produce individuals that are intellectually, spiritually, emotionally and physically balanced. Sebab tu dalam you punya penilaian, dia ada kata penilaian kognitif, intellectual, penilaian affective is spiritual and emotion, penilaian psikomotor adalah physical. And based on the firm belief and devotion to God. Kenapa kita nak ajar pelajar-pelajar kita secara holistik ini? So that they will become Malaysian citizens who are knowledgeable, competent, with high moral standards, who are responsible for and capable of achieving high level of personal well-being, as well as being able to contribute to the harmony and betterment of the family, society and nation at large. So bila kita tengok itu yang diharapkan oleh Falsafah Pendidikan Negara tahun 88 dan dijadikan akta pada tahun 1996 dalam Akta Pendidikan 550, and we compare that against United Nations 4 pillars of learning. Learning to know, kita ada knowledge. Learning to do, competent. Learning to be, moral standards. Learning to live together, kat sini. Harmony, being able to contribute harmony and betterment of family and society. The 5th pillar, tahun 2012. Learning to transform yourself and transform society. Bila kita cerita tentang betterment, so what we have in this country in 1996, United Nations baru keluarkan tahun 98 dan 2012. So we have a good philosophy of learning. In other words, the skill sets are coming in. Kalau kita lihat kepada Kementerian Pendidikan pula, dia cerita tentang apa? Dia cerita tentang skill set yang perlu ada knowledge, cognitive skill, functional skill, personal skill dan ethics and professionalism. These are the skill sets yang perlu ada dan skill sets ini kita boleh bandingkan kepada apa? Ingat tadi, kita ada systems thinking, anticipatory, strategic, critical thinking, collaborative dan sebagainya. Kita boleh bandingkan dengan knowledge, cognitive, work skill and ethics. Kena dekat sini. Communication, interpersonal, responsibility, accountability dan ethics kena dekat sini. Personal skill dan ethics kena dekat sini. You notice ethics dia sentiasa ada. So, program-program di UiTM, kita bangunkan memastikan bahawa kita patuhi 11 ini. So, kalau ada 11 ini, knowing the perspective yang saya dah ceritakan tadi, you will be able to acquire the 8 skill sets of systems thinking, anticipatory, strategic, critical thinking, integrated problem solving, collaborative, normative, dan self-awareness. So you should be able to acquire that. Dan on top of that, UiTM kita ada apa yang dinamakan apa? UiTM Educational Objective. Yang pertama, UiTM menjanjikan untuk melahirkan bakat or talent with competencies including knowledge, practical skills and attitude to meet the need of the changing world of work. So in other words, we are not preparing you. You cannot prepare yourself for just one particular profession. You need to prepare yourself by acquiring these skill sets. When you have acquired these skill sets, andai kata kalau tak jadi pun you dapat kerja dalam IT ataupun computer science, you have the competencies to adapt. You can adapt so that you can meet, you will have the knowledge, practical skills and attitude to meet the needs of the changing world of works. Dunia pekerjaan sentiasa berubah. You need to adapt. And then number 2, kita nak lahirkan apa? Pelajar-pelajar UiTM, kita nak mereka ini menjadi social capital in the form of citizens with shared norms, values, understanding that facilitate cooperation in the community and industry for nation building and development. Ini datang daripada mana? Ini kat sinilah yang communication skill, interpersonal skill, responsibility, accountability ini under normative and collaboration, kita nak melahirkan warga negara yang boleh bekerjasama, memberi manfaat kepada masyarakat dan industri. And then talent that will catalyze social mobility in elevating the quality of life. Saya sebutkan tadi social mobility, anak nelayan sudah jadi lawyer, anak petani sudah jadi engineer, anak pekebun kecil sudah jadi apa orang kata, sudah jadi accountant. So that is social mobility. So ini ada dekat mana? Social mobility itu dia akan ada dekat normative and self-awareness. Dia tahu asal-usul dia, dia tahu budaya dia, dia tahu nilai dia dan dia akan pergi pada personal skill for lifelong learning, self-development. Personal skill, dia ada self-development, autonomous dan sebagainya. So, kalau kita tengok 8 skill tadi, 8 skill yang saya sebutkan tadi, system thinking dan sebagainya, dia juga boleh dipetakan kepada UiTM educational objectives. So what I have shared with you, the 8 skills that is needed to live in the SDG type of environment, UiTM telah sediakan dia punya kerangka. We have prepared the framework. And the courses, if you look that we prepare the course learning outcome, map to the program learning outcome, you will see that we are preparing you so that you will have systems thinking. You will have the anticipatory skills. You will have the strategic skills. You will have the critical thinking skills, integrated problem solving skills, collaboration skills, normative skills, and the self-awareness skills. You will have all this. Kita dah sediakan. Kita nak jadikan you sebagai mana? Kita nak jadikan you sebagai yang ini. This is what we hope you will become. Tak boleh nak kecil lah. Saya tak tepi ni dulu. Okay. Ini tadi apa nama? This is the computer scientist. This is the computer scientist. This is the apa orang kata IT manager. Man or insan ini sebagai IT manager. Dia jadi apa ni? Bila mana dia berada di sini, dia akan memberi apa orang kata manfaat kepada society dan industri. Kalau dia bekerja sebagai IT manager, dia bekerja sebagai computer scientist, dia bekerja sebagai software developer, dia bekerja sebagai content developer dan sebagainya, dia memberi manfaat kepada industri. Dan disebabkan dia ada hubungan baik dengan communication skill dan sebagainya, dia juga menjadi orang yang baik untuk masyarakat. So hubungan dia ini, hubungan horizontal ini adalah hubungan sesama manusia yang kita panggil hablum minan nas. Hablum minan nas, dan dia punya karakteristik dia adalah ukhuwah, persaudaraan. Dia ada hubungan persaudaraan. Ini yang kita nak lahirkan. Setiap pelajar yang ada dekat FSKM, setiap pelajar yang ada dekat UiTM, kita ajar dia ilmu itu supaya dia gunakan, supaya dia boleh mengukuhkan ukhuwah bersama ahli masyarakat dan ahli dalam industri. Ahli dalam industri itu community computer science, community mathematics, community statistician. Ini kenapa kita kata ukhuwah. Ukhuwah ini supaya kita nak dia tahu bahawa Tuhan berkata bahawa tidak aku jadikan engkau manusia ini berpuak-puak, berbilang bangsa, bercakap berbagai bahasa, melainkan supaya kamu saling kenal mengenal di antara satu sama lain. Dan yang paling baik di antara kamu adalah yang paling bertakwa. Itu Tuhan dah janjikan. Sebab itu kita zahirkan apa yang Tuhan janjikan itu sebagai ilmu yang kita ada, kemahiran yang kita ada, kita gunakan untuk industri kita gunakan untuk masyarakat kita, supaya masyarakat mendapat manfaat dan kita eratkan hubungan kita sesama manusia melalui ukhuwah, ikatan ukhuwah. Dengan ilmu yang kita ada juga, kita jaga environment kita. Environment kita yang saya katakan biotic environment tadi apa? Flora, fauna, families of human dekat sini. Yang abiotic environment ini apa? Fresh water, fertile land, fresh air. Kita jaga. Kita jaga supaya kita tidak melakukan kerosakan lagi. Penjagaan kita dengan ilmu yang kita ada itu, kita jaga alam sekitar ini, kita menjalankan peranan kita sebagai khalifah. Peranan kita sebagai khalifah kerana, dan ingatlah ketika Allah berfirman kepada malaikat, aku akan jadikan seorang manusia sebagai khalifah di muka bumi. Malaikat bertanya, bukankah manusia itu akan melakukan kerosakan? Tuhan berkata, aku tahu apa yang kamu tidak tahu. So itulah peranan kita. Peranan kita, dan UiTM akan ajar dengan ilmu yang ada itu, dengan apa orang kata model adabnya, dengan education 5.0-nya, supaya pelajar-pelajar UiTM ini, dia tahu meletakkan dirinya, dia tahu meletakkan ilmunya itu pada tempat yang betul, menggunakannya pada tempat yang betul, melaksanakan apa yang Allah suruh, menjauhi daripada apa yang Allah larang, menjalankan fungsi dia sebagai khalifah untuk memastikan alam sekitar kita terjaga, untuk membolehkan SDG 17 itu direalisasikan. So hubungan ini adalah hubungan hablul minal alam, hubungan kita dengan alam. Dan dekat sinilah kita jaga animal kingdom, plant kingdom. Dan dalam kita menjaga plant kingdom, animal kingdom, kalau kambing makan rumput, rimau makan kambing, tidak boleh dihalang. Kerana itu adalah fitrah. Fitrah yang Allah dah tetapkan. Fitrah yang Allah tetapkan, bila mana rimau makan kambing, janganlah dia dibunuh rimau itu macam sekarang ni apa mergas tua apa bila berlaku sebab kita menceroboh ke kawasan dia. Sepatutnya kita apa kita put a boundary, ini kawasan mereka dan ini kawasan kita. So these are the things yang kita telah melanggar. Kita telah melanggar kerana kita tidak memahami bahawa kambing itu, lembu itu, dia tak tahu sempadan tuan dia kat mana. Janganlah kerana lembu itu makan kat padang rumput dah tanah orang lain berkelahi sampai pergi tembak lembu, sampai pergi apa sembelih lembu itu. Sebab itu adalah fitrah. Dan kita sebagai khalifah sepatutnya kita memelihara perkara itu. Dan akhir sekali yang sangat penting adalah hubungan vertikal ini. You are the computer scientist, you are the IT manager, you are the statistician, you are the mathematician, you adalah insan, you adalah hamba kepada Allah. Ya, you ada hamba kepada pencipta dan hubungan you dengan pencipta itu, ini adalah hubungan yang dinamakan pengabdian ataupun ubudiyah. Tidak aku jadikan jin dan manusia itu melainkan mereka menyembah kepada aku. So, semua ini hubungan ini yang kita jadikan konsep ilmu, dan kalau konsep ilmu itu, ini adalah UiTM Education Objective nombor 1 dan nombor 2. Ini adalah objektif nombor 1 dan nombor 3, dan hubungan vertikal ini adalah objektif nombor 3. Mengenali diri dia. So, you need to look at yourself sebagai seorang yang mempunyai kompetensi untuk memberi khidmat kepada industri in your discipline. Be a good computer scientist. Be the foremost systems designer. Be the top statistician. Be the top mathematician. Tapi jangan lupa tanggungjawab kita daripada segi ukhuwah, tanggungjawab kita daripada segi ubudiyah, dan tanggungjawab kita sebagai khalifah. Dan yang penting, ketiga-tiga ini kalau kita jaga, kita sudah memelihara amanah yang Allah bagi pada kita. So this is what you need to think in terms of the skill sets that you have. This is the amanah of the SDG. SDG bukan United Nations yang bagi. United Nations cuma kemukakan, tapi framework itu kita sebagai seorang Islam ataupun kita sebagai orang yang percaya bahawa adanya pencipta, then we should be looking at this in this context. We should be looking at this in this context bahawa kita adalah hamba, kita adalah ahli masyarakat yang membawa kebaikan to increase livelihood and to help society to be better and better. Dan kita juga bertanggungjawab untuk menjaga alam sekitar supaya dunia ini, planet ini, bumi ini boleh terus to continue to become a life support system for the living things on the planet. Okay? So, in order to move towards that, we need to have a change in mindset. Mindset itu apa? Mindset is made up of our deep belief, attitude, and values. They frame our thinking and therefore determine our behavior, life experiences, and journey. Kadang-kadang ya, kita apa orang kata, saya bagi contoh macam ni lah. Dulu saya nampak beg cantik, saya suka beli beg yang beg galas kat belakang tu. Then after I did my masters, I was given a broad overview of the environment and how we were responsible, how we were irresponsible, bukan responsible, how we were so irresponsible that we caused a lot of damage to the environment. Bermula pada lecture yang saya dengar itu, itulah beg yang saya bawa balik ke Malaysia, beg yang saya bawa pergi ke United Kingdom belajar masters, beg itu saya bawa balik sampai saya kerja, sampai saya jadi profesor, saya tetap gunakan beg itu. Kalau beg itu kotor, saya basuh. Kalau beg itu koyak, saya jahit. That was a commitment that I give. Sebab saya tidak boleh membeli benda yang orang kata non-biodegradable. Sebab beg yang saya beli itu non-biodegradable. I will not simply throw away that bag. I will keep on using, because if I throw that bag, I will be contributing to the pollution. Walaupun satu bag, saya bertekad dengan itu. Sehingga satu hari Prof Zainab, dekan saya, tegur saya, Prof, belilah bag baru. Malu Prof. Prof bawa nama Fakulti Engineering, Prof pergi merata, Prof duk bagi talk, Prof bagi ucapan dekat orang, Prof duk bawa bag tu. Saya cakap pada dekan saya kata, Prof Zainab, saya buat ini kerana saya ajar environment. Kalau saya tidak jaga, saya tak buat apa yang saya ajarkan pada pelajar saya, di mana datang berkat itu? berkat itu tidak akan datang. Berkat itu, definasi berkat itu adalah sesuatu yang mendekatkan kita pada Tuhan. Kalau kita ada ilmu, ilmu itu tidak dekat pada Tuhan. Kalau kita ajar orang, kita ajar orang tidak mendekatkan kita pada Tuhan. Di mana berkatnya? Sebab itu saya kena buat ini. Saya kena jaga supaya saya tidak banyak membeli, saya tidak banyak membazir. Membeli sekadar keperluan saya sahaja. Kalau nak makan sekadar keperluan. Saya cuba jaga benda itu sebab bila saya ajar pada pelajar, saya ajar benda yang saya buat, baru ada berkatnya. So that is an example of deep belief and attitude. Deep belief and attitude, because I believe in that. I believe in we have the responsibility to look after the environment. Kenapa? Kerana ini. Kerana saya akan ditanya di padang mahsyar nanti, Suhaimi, dengan kelebihan yang aku bagi pada engkau, with the things that I've given to you, I have elevated you above the rest, given you the intelligence, given you the position in your organization. You are the assistant vice chancellor. In the hierarchy of academics, you are a professor. What have you done? Kalau Allah tanya begitu pada saya, apa yang telah kau buat? Apa yang saya nak jawab? Apa yang saya nak jawab? Saya tak boleh jawab. Unless perbuatan saya itu yang menjurus kepada konsep ini, perbuatan itulah yang akan jawab. Tangan saya yang menjawab, mata saya yang menjawab, telinga saya yang menjawab, kaki saya yang menjawab. Sebab itu kita kena understand the concept of ilmu, the concept of paradigm itu, a change of mindset. Saya bersyukur kerana apa? Walaupun pada usia 39 tahun baru saya sedar. But you are much younger than that. You are much younger than that. Usia 39 tahun baru saya sedar, and saya amalkan sehinggalah sekarang. The mindset influence how people lead their life, how they make decision, what personal, educational, professional opportunities they pursue, and what they make out of crisis, challenges, and opportunities. As I told you, once I have that mindset bahawa I am responsible to look after the environment, I was given the privilege. Ramai rakyat Malaysia pada ketika itu, tapi I am the 1% given the privilege untuk pergi belajar dekat Australia. Dan kerajaan bagi lagi privilege pergi buat masters. Kerajaan bagi lagi privilege pergi buat PhD. Macam you sedang belajar, kerajaan bagi privilege belajar dengan subsidi. That is the privilege given to you. Dan ini Allah bagi, bukan kerajaan Perikatan Nasional, bukan kerajaan Barisan Nasional, bukan. Itu Allah yang tentukan. Dengan kelebihan itu, dengan apa yang telah diberikan pada kita, how are you going to live your life? How are you going to make decision? So these are very important things. This is what I said, the mindset. If you have the right mindset, mindset are invisible leverage point in the 21st century in human development paradigm. Akhir sekali saya rumuskan ini. Can we shift towards a holistic development mindset that advances physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual well-being? Are we willing to embrace an enlightened paradigm that recognizes and develops humans as multidimensional beings? Can we harmonize the advance of well-being of both people and the planet? Boleh tak? Keperluan kita itu. Saya katakan ini, ambillah daripada bumi ini sekadar yang kita perlu. Jangan ambil lebih daripada apa keperluan kita. Buanglah kalau nak buang. Janganlah buang melebihi apa yang bumi boleh tanggung. Apa yang bumi boleh tampung. Take what you need from the earth appropriately to satisfy your need. Do not burden the earth with pollutants that the earth cannot cope. So can we look at that, balancing our needs and the needs of the planet? And changing the mindset, saya katakan, the era of the 20th century dah habis. The period where we thought science and technology allow us to exploit the earth, to show that man is superior than nature by using technology. That kind of thinking has led us to where we are today. Cukup, sudah, that has ended. We are now on the verge of shifting into economic paradigm that is not about communism or capitalism. It is about recalibrating equity, sustainability into a development paradigm. So makna kata kita nak membangun development and environment, they must go hand in hand. We need to recalibrate. We need to ensure that there is equity and sustainability. This is a statement by Steiner Akin. So kalau kita tengok, we go business as usual, we can move towards beyond GDP. Kalau di mungkin ada kat sini kot, kalau di Bhutan dia tak tengok GDP, dia tengok gross happiness index. And then we should be moving to well-being and sustainability. So this is a change of mindset. We need to change our mindset from business as usual, going beyond GDP, and we should be focusing on well-being and sustainability. Well-being and sustainability. And unless we change our mind, we cannot change the world. Ini kata Muhammad Yunus, a Nobel Prize winner, economic Nobel Prize winner. Okay, ini yang saya katakan tadi, Bhutan. Some countries have not fallen into the trap of blindly pursuing gross development product and materialistic goal. The United Nations Development Program awarded Bhutan, Bhutan dekat nak naik Gunung Everest tu, Bhutan with a special award of recognition for holistically advancing human development in 2019. Bhutan famously declared gross national happiness is more important than the GDP. Gross national happiness is a holistic and sustainable approach to development, which is based on 9 pillars what balance the material and non-material values. Dia bagi penekanan kepada psychological well-being, living standard, health, penggunaan masa, education, cultural diversity and resilient, good governance, community vitality, ecological diversity and so on. Dia tak tengok pada unemployment rate, dia tak tengok pada pendapatan negara kasar, dia tak tengok kepada inflation rate, dia tak tengok pada itu. Dia melihat kepada ini untuk menentukan the well-being of the nation. So Bhutan got that award from UNDP. So 6 mindset shifting suggestion ada dekat sini saya bagi. Sustainable transformation happens from the inside, from inside out. You cannot impose. Benda ni kena datang daripada diri kita. And then mindset matters. They play an important role in human development at individual, collective and global level. Mindset can be shifted by increasing awareness, fostering self-reflection and self-responsibility. Bila kita dah aware, lepas tu kita fikir balik apa aku buat sebelum ni, that is self-reflection. And then kita willing to take responsibility. I want to change things. Sebab itu esok nanti you all bila ada anak-anak, jangan tanya anak-anak tu apa orang kata, you nak jadi apa. Tanya anak-anak, what do you want to do to make things better? So kalau dia kata dia nak make the air quality better, macam-macam dia boleh buat. Dia boleh masuk applied science, dia boleh masuk engineering, dia boleh masuk computing pun dia boleh masuk untuk model buat modeling on air quality. So in other words, dia punya masa depan dia tak stereotype, kata nak jadi computer scientist, nak jadi itu. Dia memikirkan lebih kepada what they can contribute. Solutions need to be co-created which require a mindset shift of development practitioners themselves. Current development approaches are too materialistic, therefore they need to move beyond overly focusing on the GDP and economic development. I think we need to take the example that Bhutan has laid out for the world. A new holistic development paradigm should include inner, collective and planetary well-being. So makna kata mendatang kebaikan pada diri kita, pada masyarakat dan juga pada bumi. So this is the 6 shifting mindset punya suggestion. Dan kalau kita tengok sekarang ni, dulu kita nampak engineering as one profession. Tapi as we move forward, engineering will now go into cloud computing, engineering, it will go into data and artificial intelligence, it will go into product development. Begitu juga profession lain that will break into more specific profession. So we need to look at this. And kalau kita fikirkan nak jadi computer scientist sahaja, then you are having the mindset yang kita kata business as usual. So you need to start looking at what you want to do as a computer scientist to bring well-being and sustainability to the society, well-being and sustainability to the world, well-being and sustainability to your family. Nampak tak? So that is how the mindset should be changed. Ini tak apa. Okay, concluding remarks. Now, to conclude, kenapa kita perlukan SDG? Why do we need SDG? I will use Gandhi. Gandhi kata apa? The earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man's greed. Ya. Cukup untuk memenuhi keperluan setiap orang, bukan ketamakan ataupun greed. Ya. And then you have siapa nama ni, Brundtland. This is Brundtland. Sustainable development that sustainable development is development that meets the need of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own. So kalau kita nak gunakan sungai itu, janganlah kita gunakan sungai itu sampai generasi masa depan tak nampak rupa sungai itu macam mana. Kalau kita nak gunakan apa orang kata kayu daripada hutan, janganlah kita gunakan kayu itu sehingga masa depan nanti anak-anak kita, cucu-cucu kita, cicit-cicit kita tak tahu macam mana rupanya hutan. Yeah? So this is what Brundtland is saying. And Sir David Attenborough kata, will it be tidak menjadi tanggungjawab kepada kita untuk kita tinggalkan kepada untuk kita wariskan kepada anak-anak kita, cucu-cucu kita satu planet yang sihat dan masih boleh didiami oleh semua spesies. Itu kata Sir David Attenborough. And finally, I would say that sustainability is balance between environment, economy, and ethics. It is a balance between environment, economy, and ethics. So that's why we need SDG. SDG itu sangat diperlukan. And kata Kofi Annan, our biggest challenge in this new century is to take an idea that seems abstract, things like sustainable development, and turn it into reality for all the people, supaya dia boleh jadi manfaat. So again, sustainability, we talk about healthy environment, vibrant economy, and equitable society. Okay, with that, thank you very much. Saya rasa sudah menepati kot jamnya, dah terlajak, sepatutnya 2 jam. Tak apa, terlajak tadi sebab perharian ni ambil masa untuk buat perasmian. Itu saja perkongsian dari saya. Kiranya ada apa-apa pertanyaan ataupun pandangan, I'm prepared to have about 10-15 minutes untuk kita address questions ataupun comments. I'll pass it back to kita punya pengacara tadi. Silakan.
Terima kasih di atas perkongsian yang sungguh berilmiah dan padat dari Yang Berbahagia Profesor Surveyor Engineer Dr. Haji Suhaimi Abdul Talib. Perkongsian ini telah membuka mata semua pihak bagaimana IT bersangkut paut dengan SDG Goals yang kita cuba ketengahkan pada era ini. Jadi, saya teruskan lagi majlis kita dengan Q&A session. Dan para peserta yang ingin mengutarakan soalan anda, boleh type di ruang komen atau menggunakan fungsi butang raise hand dan menghidupkan mikrofon. Soalan dekat ruang komen daripada Abdullah Iskandar. Assalamualaikum Prof. There is an issue where some poor families feed their children with glue addiction to distract them from being hungry. This might be considered misuse of drug and the rehabilitation for withdrawal effect of the misissued drug might be pricey. So what will be the solution that can be implemented in avoiding this? Okay, Prof.
Okay, dalam semua masalah yang dihadapi oleh masyarakat, with all the problems that we face, there are several measures to overcome them. First and foremost, the preventive measures. Okay, yang mana yang miskin, yang lapar, yang belum lagi apa orang kata addicted to glue, misuse apa orang kata glue addiction, yang belum lagi, boleh tak masyarakat membantu supaya mereka ini tidak kelaparan, so they will be taken out of extreme poverty. And in cases where the family has experienced addiction, there are family members, the best thing we can do is basically to notify the Jabatan Kebajikan Masyarakat ataupun any NGOs that are willing to help them get out of the problem. So at least I'm saying that we're talking about you as a student. You as a student, what you can do is basically notify the relevant government departments or relevant NGO, non-government organizations, bagi tahu, then perhaps apa orang kata, dia orang ni boleh datang bantu. There are philanthropists in the country yang sentiasa sanggup mengeluarkan duit untuk membantu orang-orang yang susah. Sometimes orang-orang yang susah ni apa orang kata? Orang-orang yang susah, dia tak tahu mana nak pergi. I can tell you this. Baru ni kan you pakat-pakat balik ke kampus kan? Pakat-pakat balik ke kampus, lepas tu apa? Nak asrama kan? Lepas tu ada yang tak dapat asrama kan? Betul tak? Ada tak kes-kes macam tu? Dekat kolej saya bagi very simple rule. Utamakan yang B40 tu dulu, yang susah tu dulu. Lepas tu ada juga yang datuk-datuk ni ke, yang kaya-kaya ni datang tanya pada saya, boleh tak bagi ke anak dia? So saya tunjuk senarai kat dia, anak siapa you nak keluarkan? Senarai orang susah. You tergamak tak nak keluarkan? Bila saya cerita, dia kata ada orang susah macam ni. Ada. Kalau macam ni saya nak bantu, boleh tak? So these are the things yang tadi kita kata, bila dia aware, dia self-reflect, dia ada commitment. So what we're saying is this, what you can do is, yang mana yang susah, bawa ke pengetahuan NGO, bawa ke authority supaya mereka boleh bantu. Esok nanti kalau you dah kerja, dah apa semua, dah ada katalah jadi kaya ke apa, then perhaps you can take the preventive part. Sebelum dia terjebak kepada glue addiction, help them to come up from apa orang kata, to come up from this apa orang kata, poverty. Saya ada kawan ya, lawyer, Allah, Azmi, Datuk Azmi nama dia. Datuk Azmi of Azmi Associate. Kalau you Google up Azmi Associate, he owns a quite reputable firm. Ini berlaku depan mata saya. Ini berlaku depan mata saya. Saya pergi jumpa dia untuk minta nasihat. Masuk waktu maghrib. Kami sembahyang maghrib sama-sama. Lepas tu keluar daripada surau. This was dekat pertama kompleks tu ada satu hotel. Saya lupa nama hotel tu. Keluar dari surau hotel tu, dia nampak satu orang tu termenung je macam tu. Dia tanya kenapa? Ni Datuk Azmi ni bertanya, kenapa? Dia kata saya datang daripada Johor cari kerja. Dah seminggu dah tak dapat kerja. Duit dah putus belanja. Tak tahu nak ke mana sekarang. Saya ingat Datuk Azmi tu nak bagilah duit RM10. Saya pun kira nak bagi duit je lah. Suruh dia pergi makan. Datuk Azmi kata apa dekat orang tu? Ada lesen memandu tak? Dia kata ada. Okey. Ginilah. Ikut saya balik. Besok saya bawa ke pejabat saya. Awak boleh kerja dengan saya jadi pemandu. So that is the kind of people yang apa, bila dia nampak orang susah dia nak tolong. Tapi tak ramai orang macam tu. So at your level, you need to notify the authorities supaya authorities boleh membantu. Esok dah ke depan macam saya, my networking is quite large. So bila ada kes-kes yang begitu, saya akan cari Saya akan cari orang-orang yang saya tahu sanggup membantu. Dan kadang-kadang ada student di kolej saya tu akan diambil sebagai anak angkat tokoh korporat mana-mana dan dia salurkan duit kepada fakulti untuk kita bagilah duit belanja pada student itu. I hope I answer your question. Dia bukan jawapan teori This is a practical answer.
Okey, terima kasih Prof atas jawapan benda tadi. Ada soalan lagi daripada para peserta?
Assalamualaikum.
Nuranisah nak tanyalah tu.
Betul.
Okay.
Saya bukan lebih nak kepada bertanya, saya nak mendapatkan opinion Prof sendiri. Dulu saya rasa dalam tahun ni kita ada dengar isu tentang perempuan lebih rela mengandung daripada membeli pad. Isu tu berlaku dekat India dan saya rasa kat Malaysia pun ada kot perkara ni. Macam mana cakap?
Dia lebih rela mengandung daripada beli
Pad sebab mahal.
pad.
Macam mana? Kan perempuan kan setiap bulan ada
Okey. Oh, disebabkan dia tak mau ada period tu, dia kata
ya.
mengandung.
Dia macam tu.
Oh, dia
Dekat
fikir macam tu.
dia fikir macam tu. Dia punya
Tak, saya ingat you kata pad tu nak kaitkan dengan kontraseptif, itu yang saya tak boleh bayangkan. Macam mana macam mana pad boleh cegah mengandung. Okay, now I understand. Dia mengandung jadi dia tak payah, at least 9 bulan dia tak ada masalah apa orang kata.
betul.
Okay.
Dekat ni yang saya dengar daripada kawan saya yang duduk dekat India. Dia pernah cakap yang dekat India, government dia akan sponsor pad tu sendiri dekat keluarga-keluarga supaya tak berlakunya isu macam ni. Orang dia nak kurangkan macam nak cakap pad tu mahal, so ada certain yang berfikiran okay tak apa, dia lebih baik dia mengandung, so tak perlu nak beli pad yang mahal tu. So apa opinion Prof tentang isu macam ni?
Okay, the observation that you have shared with us is a testimony of SDG number 4. SDG number 4, quality education. SDG number 1, poverty. Bila dua ini datang sekali, dia miskin dan dia tidak ada education. They do not know. Jadi dia melihat kepada penyelesaian masalah jangka pendek. Short term. Tapi dia tak tahu mengandung tu, lepas tu ada anak dan sebagainya. The long term implication dia tak tahu. So that's why it is very important dalam masyarakat kita. Kalau this is happening, fortunately not in Malaysia. Tapi di Malaysia pun apa orang kata, kita ada food bank kan? Food bank. Bila kita ada food bank, satu, ada idea ni, I'm treating you as adults, I'm treating you as adults. Ada idea dalam UiTM untuk mengatakan bahawa boleh tak kita sediakan dalam toilet perempuan itu bank untuk pad. So, kok ada yang tak mampu nak beli, dia boleh ambil aja. So that idea has evolved dan banyak orang gelak bila cakap macam tu. Saya tidak mengambil benda itu sebagai remeh ataupun I think it is a good idea sekiranya ada di kalangan pelajar-pelajar kita yang tak mampu nak beli, we have to come up with a mechanism untuk dia diberikan kemudahan itu. It is not just apa makan itu satu keperluan. Hygiene is also a basic need. Hygiene is also a basic need. Saya berbalik kepada falsafah pendidikan negara kita tadi. Kita mengatakan bahawa pendidikan di Malaysia adalah satu usaha yang berterusan untuk membangunkan potensi individu secara holistik dan bersepadu. Membangunkan aspek intelek, jasmani, rohani dan emosi. Supaya mereka menjadi orang yang berilmu, menjadi orang yang berilmu, ada kompetensi dan mempunyai nilai moral yang tinggi. Berdasarkan kepada pengabdian dan kepercayaan pada Tuhan. So sebab itu aspek itu pendidikan itu quality education dalam konteks Malaysia termasuk pendidikan agama. Tak kira apa agama. Tidak kira apa agama. Tidak ada agama yang mengajarkan apa orang kata tidak ada agama yang mengajarkan bahawa melahirkan anak tanpa pernikahan itu dibolehkan. Tidak ada agama. So to me basically yang berlaku di India itu kerana extreme poverty dan kerana lack of education. So kalau kita nak bantu, kita boleh bantu daripada dua aspek. Satu, material boleh sediakan bagi free. Yang kedua, basically to provide education supaya tidak terjebak. And in our context, education is both the conventional education and also the pendidikan rohani.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay. Nuan Isah belajar apa? Buat program apa?
Saya artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence. But you are not artificial, eh? You original kan? Okay.
Manusia sebenar.
Okay. Ni siapa yang bertanya ni? Abdul Azim. As we all know that MySejahtera app function is to help medical workers to track down the COVID patient. But due to security reasons, some people do not use this application. What is my opinion? Dia semua benda yang kita cipta itu adalah kita cipta untuk kebaikan. Lepas itu, apa orang kata, yang menggunakan itulah. Yang menggunakan itu, dia menggunakan sama ada untuk kebaikan ataupun keburukan. So dalam konteks ini yang menjadi isu dalam masyarakat ialah database yang telah dibangunkan itu masyarakat merasakan tidak secure. Orang boleh gunakan untuk apa orang kata to check privacy ya. Kat mana apa semua. So that is the issue. Kalau dalam konteks kita bulan Mac 2020, I would say that dalam bulan Mac 2020 I would say that privacy punya issue is secondary. Safety is more important. Sebab kita nak track, nak kawal apa merebaknya penyakit itu. So kalau ditanya saya Mac 2020 sampailah perhaps Oktober 2021, it is very important for us irrespective makna kata ability to track the disease is more important than the personal security or the personal punya apa privacy. Dalam konteks sekarang, the virus is still there. Infectivity masih tinggi. Kes masih lagi 5 digit. Tapi yang masuk hospital dan masuk ICU berkurangan. So in other words, COVID ni dah jadi macam apa orang kata? COVID ni dah jadi macam batuk biasa, sesama biasa, sakit tekak biasa. We are moving towards that. So kalau katalah ICU nanti dah kurang pada 10% yang dengan COVID ini, perhaps WHO pun kalau dia tengok data dalam dunia tu makin ke arah situ, varian-varian yang datang semuanya infectivity tinggi tapi severity of the disease itu rendah. Boleh dan pula kalau ada medication ya, dengar-dengar kata sudah ada ubat medication, then perhaps the need to trace itu orang kata has become secondary and government boleh address the issue of privacy and confidentiality. So dia setiap sesuatu benda itu boleh jadi baik, boleh jadi buruk, dan setiap satu benda itu dia baik dalam sesuatu keadaan. So kita kena tengok situasi. Sebagai pelajar, you tidak boleh dengan mudah dipengaruhi to be influenced certain thing. So saya ambil satu contoh begini je lah. Contohnya kita dah duduk bulan puasa, saya beri contoh yang senang lah. Makan nasi. Makan nasi, kalau siapa nama Anisah tadi, dia tak berapa lapar. Ya, dia tak berapa lapar. Hukum dia makan nasi itu harus. Makan tak apa, tak makan pun tak apa. Tapi kalau dia, apa orang kata, mogok lapar, dia protes lah, dia protes. UiTM buat undang-undang baru, dia protes. Cara dia protes, dia mogok lapar. Mogok lapar 3 hari tak makan, 4 hari tak makan, badan dah lemah. Pada ketika itu wajib dia makan. Makan nasi itu jadi wajib. Isunya makan nasi. Tadi harus, sekarang dah wajib. Hari ni suruh Nuranisha makan nasi, haram sebab dia berpuasa. Nampak konteks itu bergantung pada situasi. So MySejahtera pun macam tu lah. Ada masa dia priority nombor 1 kena guna MySejahtera. Ada masa dia kita boleh kata dah sudah jadi priority nombor 2. Dia bergantung kepada keadaan. So I hope Azim I answered your question.
Okay, Prof. Ada soalan dekat YouTube.
Kat YouTube?
Vincent DR.
Oh, ada juga YouTube ya?
Doktor. Okay, maaf. Dr. Vincent. Assalamualaikum, Prof. I would like to ask question regarding right to repair. If it is beneficial towards sustainable development, isn't it necessary for all big companies to support it? Why are they making it hard for us as consumer to fix the stuff we already own, like Apple not providing spare part to be purchased outside of its partnership program? That's all.
Okay. A very good observation. A very good observation. If sustainable development is good, if sustainable development is good, why are not the big corporations are on board with this? Now, if the big corporations are on board with this, we would have achieved Agenda 21 in 2021. But the problem is there are people, individuals, or corporate individuals or entity or corporate who do not put sustainable development as the main agenda because they are answerable to their stakeholders. Their stakeholders still are looking at the business as usual. They are looking at the bottom line, profit. So it is more profitable for them to sell new products than to embark on repairing or maintenance. So that is the thing that you have observed. Now, having said that, I would say that most of the big corporates have now have remember just now I was saying that how I came to change my mindset at the age of 39. First, I was made aware of it, and then I did some self-reflection, and then I took up responsibility to act. Okay. Now, these 3 stages, and most of the big corporates now, I believe they have gone through stage 1. They are aware, and then they are looking at the self-reflection. There are certain companies, for example, they will say that we are being judged because there is a green index. We are being judged in our annual report. People are looking at how much we are doing to reduce the carbon footprint. So if they have that realization, and then they do self-reflection, and then they will come up with a strategic plan, which they will report in the annual report. And these are the companies that are slowly coming on board with SDG. And some of the some of the small medium scale companies, there are still some big companies, but the small medium scale companies, they cannot come to the SDG fully on board because they are still struggling to make to break even or to make a decent profit. So we are looking at this from the point of view of the corporate sector are also behaving like individuals in the sense that all of the corporate sectors, they cannot deny. I think they've gone through the awareness phase. Have they truly gone through, the corporate and the stakeholders, have they truly gone through the self-reflection stage? Have we done enough, or are we the culprit? Dia belum tanya lagi soal, they have not asked this sort of questions to themselves. So hopefully when they start going deep into these questions, they start questioning their motives, apa semua tu, and then they reach to the stage that we have to give back. We have to give back. Then they will do. I'll give you an example. I was involved in promoting Brownfield Conference. Promoting Brownfield Conference. Brownfield Conference ni, dia cerita tentang land pollution. They talk about land pollution. And I tried to get sponsorship daripada Petronas. My first approach, Petronas tak nak sponsor sebab dia merasakan nanti kalau dia attend conference tu, people will attack them. People will attack them in the sense that because petroleum companies have been known to pollute, to cause a lot of land pollution. But I argued with them. I told them that if you stay away, then you will always have that stigma. People look at petroleum companies as the culprit. But if you come on board with us on this conference, promote an image that you are part of the solution. You are not the problem. You are part of the solution, and you can share with us what are the actions you have taken, what are the measures you have taken to mitigate the pollution. So again, my answer to you is we are observing a transition. Most of the big corporates, they have gone through the first stage of awareness. The second stage is on the self-reflection. How deep and how sincere that self-reflection varies among the corporates and the stakeholders. And if they've gone through the second stage, then they will get to the third stage of taking responsibility to do something for the environment, and then adopting, or not adopting, embracing SDG. Yeah? They will embrace SDG. I hope I've answered your question.
Prof. There is one more question daripada student. Soalan dia berbunyi macam ni. About the current issue on, is it a good solution to force a citizen to buy face masks that have a serum label? But as some certain citizen concerned, is the price of the mask that have serum label is expensive, and not all citizens in Malaysia can afford that, and the worst, they are certain people that recycle the same face mask for a week or a month. That is the question.
It goes back to tadi saya kata apa, when you talk about complex problem, this is not a straightforward issue. This is a complex problem. In the case that I've cited tadi, you talk about the technology, you talk about the legal aspects, and you talk about the social aspects. The technology is there to produce. And then kita ada teknologi to produce mask KN95, K94 and so on. Ataupun yang fashion punya mask, the cloth mask apa, orang nak lawa, bukan nak apa, dia nak tudung tu nak warna biru putih-putih macam Anissa tu, dia nak matching dengan tudung dia. So we have a lot of range. And then the question now goes to the next level is, for what purpose the mask is being used? So kalau betul-betul kita masih lagi dalam pandemik hari tu, then it can become compulsory, you boleh compound orang tak pakai mask. Okay. Now, we've gone through that. Semua orang pakai mask apa semua. Ikut kemampuan dia. Yang ada yang guna sampai sebulan, ada yang guna seminggu. That is one issue on its own. Then you talk about people who take advantage. Dia buat mask yang bukan medical quality, tapi dia jual yang fake. So, bila dia jual yang fake, dah timbul satu lagi masalah dalam masyarakat. Timbul masalah dalam masyarakat in the context that people purchase the item thinking they are protecting themselves when they are not actually being protected. So the government has got this responsibility of ensuring that there is a standard to manufacture, there is a standard to ensure the distribution of the mask. So at least dia kata kalau ada sirim punya chop, the quality yang kita gunakan dalam pasaran itu, this is the right quality. So tak boleh ada apa orang kata backyard punya industri to produce cheap tapi sell apa orang kata ciplak punya lah, macam apa orang kata apa dipanggil beg tangan MK, beg tangan MK tapi sebenarnya bukan MK pun tapi jual harga MK. Jadi masyarakat tertipu. But there again, it's not a straightforward. Dia akan ada juga industri yang dia boleh ciplakkan chop sirim itu. Dia boleh ciplakkan chop sirim itu. And there is also the other thing of affordability. Boleh atau tidak orang afford. So if for example, the cost price is not that expensive, then selain daripada mewajibkan menggunakan chop sirim itu, the government must execute price control so that profiteering tidak boleh berlaku. So dia dah masuk aspek of legal, dia dah masuk aspek of regulatory dan sebagainya. So there is no simple straightforward answer. Kalau you tanya saya agree ke tak agree, saya kata it depends. Jawapan saya it depends. Saya tak kata ya, saya tak kata tidak. Jawapan saya it depends. Because the situation is complex and you need a thorough analysis to do it. Dan katalah harga itu memang mahal, and then the government must think of another economic instrument, how to subsidize. So dia banyak mechanism. And then all these instruments yang kita nak guna tu, how strong is the willpower nak melaksanakan dia? Cakap mulut saja ke? Ataupun there is a mechanism to follow through? So esok ni nak di kalangan pelajar-pelajar ni esok kalau jadi politician, ingat cakap saya ni. Ingat cakap saya. When you become politicians ke apa tu, when you are responsible for making policies, it is not a straightforward type of a decision. Dia kena tengok the complex nature of the situation. Sebab tu kena ada that yang saya kata tadi, system thinking tu. You must understand the entire system. The ecosystem tu kena faham. Baru can come up with a good, apa orang kata, a good policy. Lepas tu bila policy tu in place, how to support the various groups itu. Mekanisme itu kena ada. Okay.
Terima kasih diucapkan kerana sudi menjawab soalan daripada peserta-peserta kita. Disebabkan kekangan masa, kita akan akhiri slot workshop ni. Tetapi sebelum itu diminta semua hadirin untuk membuka kamera bagi sesi bergambar.
Berapa ramai peserta ni ya?
Maaf Prof, boleh ulang semula? Boleh tengok? Seramai 54 peserta Prof.
54 peserta. Yang dekat YouTube tu tahu berapa ramai tu?
Ada 23 orang.
Okay.
Okey, ready ya semua? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Sekali lagi. Buat peace. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okey. Baiklah. Dengan berakhirnya sesi bergambar itu tadi, maka berakhirlah slot pertama kita untuk hari ini. Terima kasih sekali lagi diucapkan kepada yang berbahagia Profesor Surveyor Engineer Dr. Suhaimi Abdul Talib kerana sudi bersama dengan kami sepanjang slot ini. Kami dari pihak penganjur menyusul 10 jari memohon kemaafan atas segala kekurangan sepanjang kami mengendalikan majlis ini. Sesungguhnya segala yang baik datang dari Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala dan segala kekurangan itu datang dari pihak kami sendiri. Peringatan buat para peserta, borang kehadiran dan borang maklum balas akan dikongsikan sebentar lagi. Diharapkan semua peserta dapat mengisi borang-borang yang telah kami sediakan. Diingatkan juga, slot seterusnya akan bermula pada jam 2 petang. Peserta diminta untuk berada dalam platform Webex semula pada jam 1.45 petang. Sekian, terima kasih.
Siapa yang selalu berhubung dengan PA saya tu?
Saya Prof.
Anissa ya?
Ya saya.
Anissa nanti minta PowerPoint saya dekat PA
Okey.
saya akan bagi pada dia, nanti dia akan WhatsApp pada Anissa Lepas tu
Okey.
bolehlah, sebab ada partisipan tadi message saya nampak ada minta apa tu. So nanti Anissa contact Puan Natrah
Okey, terima kasih Prof.
Alright then. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Salam dan selamat petang kepada semua peserta. Diharapkan anda semua dapat mendengar suara saya dengan jelas. Kita akan mulakan workshop kita sebentar lagi. Sedikit peringatan, diharapkan semua peserta dapat menutup mikrofon sepanjang workshop berlangsung. Sekiranya terdapat sebarang soalan, boleh ajukan di ruangan komen. Terima kasih atas kerjasama anda. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat datang saya ucapkan kepada semua hadirin dan peserta. Selamat datang ke slot workshop 2 Talk with Sir Titi Wangsa. Saya dari pihak jawatan kuasa ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada hadirin semua kerana sudi meluangkan masa anda menyertai program pada hari ini. Saya, Nuris Alia Zainuddin, akan menjadi moderator anda pada slot petang ini. Sebelum itu, saya ingin memperkenalkan speaker kita untuk slot kali ini. Sedikit perkongsian mengenai latar belakang dan juga pengalaman Sir Titi Wangsa. Beliau merupakan seorang graduat Diploma Computer Science dari UiTM. Beliau juga mempunyai pelbagai pensijilan dari industri, contohnya Oracle Java SE8 Programmer, AWS Certified Developer, AWS Certified Solutions Architect, kedua-duanya sebagai associate level dan banyak lagi. Beliau juga pernah bekerja dengan beberapa syarikat besar di dunia antaranya Snapchat sebagai software engineer dan Amazon Web Services sebagai System Development Engineer dan Cloud Support Engineer. Dengan pengalaman yang mendalam dalam bidang Computer Science dan System Development, banyak yang kita boleh pelajari daripada Sir Titi Wangsa. Oleh itu, mari kita menjemput penceramah kita pada hari ini untuk menyampaikan slot beliau. Sebelum itu, saya ingin bertanya khabar pada Sir Titi Wangsa. Apa khabar Sir Titi?
Khabar baik, terima kasih.
Selamat
Can you guys
datang
hear me?
ke ProSolve National 2022. Saya percaya peserta kita juga sudah bersedia untuk mendengar perkongsian daripada Sir pada hari ini. Tanpa melengahkan masa, saya ingin mempersilakan Sir Titi Wangsa Demhor untuk meneruskan agenda kita pada petang ini. Majlis dengan ini mempersilakan.
Terima kasih. Okey, terima kasih kerana manggil saya untuk bagi talk sikit. So, sedikit mengenai saya, rasanya banyak dah di-cover oleh moderator kita. Ya, saya ambil diploma Computer Science dekat UiTM. Saya graduate 2001. So, masa saya masuk tu, nama dia masih lagi ITM. Masa semester 2 atau semester 3, dia tukar nama jadi UiTM. So, saya masuk UiTM dan saya saya masuk masa ITM dan saya grad masa nama dia dah jadi UiTM. So, sekarang saya software engineer di Splunk. Start dari 2001 sampai sekarang. Sebelum tu, saya bekerja sebagai software engineer di Snap. Dan sebelum tu System Development Engineer di Amazon Web Service, dan juga sebelum tu Cloud Support Engineer di Amazon juga, same company. Dan sebelum tu yang ini semua masa di Australia. So sebelum tu di Malaysia saya ada banyak bekerja di company-company lain juga. iLaunch, HP pun ada, subcontractor untuk IBM pun ada, projek dengan LHDN. So, satu benda yang saya nak cakap ialah saya nak benda ni kalau boleh interaktif. So, lepas satu slide tu, kalau ada soalan, saya akan maybe allocate maybe 5-10 seconds. Kalau ada soalan, boleh tanya. Boleh interrupt anytime kalau ada soalan dan sebolehnya saya akan cuba jawablah soalan-soalan yang dikemukakan. So, any questions on this one? Right,
Good,
moving
sir.
on. Alright, let's move on. Alright, so kadang-kadang kalau kita tengok motivational poster, dia ada tunjuk gambar iceberg. So dekat iceberg ni kita yang orang nampak ni the success, the top effort kita. Yang semua failure ni semua orang tak nampak. So ni saya cerita saya punya failure lah. So pre-2015, multiple application to Amazon, ada job application, try minta, tapi interview pun dia tak panggil. So the first time yang dia panggil tu ialah untuk interview with Amazon. So daripada 2015, daripada saya sampai ke Australia, sampai sekarang ada panggil juga interview, tapi ada juga yang fail. So kadang-kadang tak kena panggil pun ada. So apa yang saya boleh cakap ialah kita kena belajar daripada kita punya failure. Contohnya masa saya apply untuk Facebook 2016 ke 2017 macam tu, dia kata okay, saya tengok awak punya skill ni bagus. Sekarang saya nak awak datang ke London dan kita akan interview awak di London. So masa tu pre-COVID. So bila company besar ni dia nak orang, dia akan sponsor trip. So dia dapat face-to-face interview. So pergi sana, dia tanya interview programming. Dia bagi soalan, saya boleh jawab. Tak ada masalah sangat. Tapi dia tanya soalan Linux. So soalan Linux tu, dia tanya soalan yang saya tak tahan terfikir pun macam mana nak cari jawapan dia. So bila dia tanya tu memang something yang tak expected dan needless to say memang fail spectacularly. Dan juga dia tanya system design interview. So system design interview ni macam mana nak design sistem yang besar, yang ada kalau term sekarang it's a planet scale system. Sistem yang satu planet ni semua orang dalam dunia ni pakai. Contohnya macam Google Search ataupun maybe Instagram. So sistem-sistem macam ni, cara design dia high availability, high resiliency, banyak benda nak kena fikir. So pada masa tu saya tak expose lagi, tapi dengan failure itu saya tahu apa yang saya tak tahu. So saya belajar pasal benda-benda yang saya tak tahu ni. Any questions on this? Right, moving on. So yang ini kawan saya bagi technical interview teramat susah, tapi actual job tak sesusah technical interview. So this is so true. Masa saya dekat Amazon pun macam tu, dekat Snapchat pun macam tu, dekat Splunk pun macam tu. Bila dia interview, dia akan tanya benda-benda yang pelik yang bila kita kerja, kita tak pakai pun benda-benda pelik yang ni. Tapi dia nak kita tahu. So bila kita tahu, benda tu jadi ingrained. Bila kita jumpa benda-benda pelik macam ni, kita boleh respond dan boleh handle situation macam ni. Any questions on this?
Hi, sir. Assalamualaikum.
Yes, tell me.
Would you mind sharing what sort of like that benda-benda pelik yang you experience on interviews yang you kata macam technical interview dia macam ni tapi the actual job is not as hard as it sounds. Contoh dia macam apa?
Okay. Contohnya masa saya interview dengan Google, dia bagi soalan. Soalan dia macam ni. Kita ada server. So server A ni, kita ada client issue HTTP request. So dah jalan dah 2-3 bulan, jalan. Satu hari tak jalan. Cuba trace kenapa boleh jadi macam ni. So benda yang saya tanya ialah macam mana dengan TCP handshake dia. TCP handshake, SYN dapat lepas, ARC pun dapat lepas, SYN ARC pun dapat lepas. Tapi lepas TCP handshake ni, tak ada data. So macam mana? So pening kepala saya fikir kenapa tak boleh lepas. So maksudnya SYN ARC tu daripada client A pergi ke server A, dia punya SYN request tu boleh tembus. Artinya network tu tak ada masalah. Sebab request tu, SYN tu lepas. Dan patah balik pun lepas. Lepas tu SYN ACK untuk confirm bahawa benda tu boleh communicate pun lepas. Tapi bila kita buat communication, SYN ACK tu handshake je. Handshake, lepas tu baru transfer data. So handshake lepas, data tak lepas. Kenapa? So bila saya tak dapat, saya tak dapat benda ni, lepas tu baru saya research. So benda ni jawapan dia ialah it's called something called a network black hole. So problem dia ialah so kalau ada yang ambil networking, maybe boleh explain more? Ni saya pun tak faham sangat. Yang saya faham ialah bila kita ada communication, kita ada MSS window size. So bila ada MSS window size ni, bila kita ada MSS window size ni tak match, dia akan hantar ICMP request kata benda ni tak match. So dengan datangnya ICP request daripada server pergi client, dapat ICMP request ni, client akan tukar MSS window size ni sampai match. So kenapa problem ni boleh jadi ialah dekat tengah-tengah somewhere within the hops daripada client kepada server, hop ada firewall, dan firewall tu block ICMP request. So TCP request dia lepas, so boleh pergi TCP SYN, SYN ACK, tapi bila dia send ICMP request tak dapat kat client. So client tak tahu nak tukar MSS window size. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and they were expecting you to answer this during the interview.
Ya, benda ni ditanya dia nak tengok kita punya skill, apa yang kita faham pasal network stack.
Oh, so when that happened to you, somehow does that affect your chances untuk work dekat
Oh
places
yeah,
like Google?
definitely.
Really?
Rejected, man.
I see. Okay. All right, thank you. I hope semua orang yang
Welcome.
student-student ni dengar this is like really sharing session on interviews at huge companies like Google and things. So I hope you can share more things like that for the students. Thanks.
Boleh.
Alright.
Ada lagi dalam ni. Okay,
Okay.
so next. So ini saya punya sample interview Amazon 2014. So kalau tengok tu, start pukul 10, habis pukul 2.30. So with big tech company ni, dia bukan ada satu orang interview kita. Dia consensus. So satu orang interview tanya soalan, next orang interview tanya soalan, next orang interview tanya soalan, next orang interview soalan. Saya rasa 12 suku sampai 1 tu lunch break. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 session semuanya. Masa saya interview tu, dia bagi saya tiket untuk fly saya dari KL ke Singapore, dan sebab saya interview untuk position di Australia, dia flykan juga manager dari Australia tu ke Singapore. So saya dapat jumpa manager tu face to face. So selepas dia orang panggil interview ni semua, dia akan ada perbincangan, consensus. So nama dia debrief. So debrief ni, semua orang yang akan berkumpul tanya, okay, saya dah interview orang ni, ini saya punya feedback, ini data-data point yang saya dapat. Saya rasa dia akan bagi 4 option. So satu ialah strong no hire, number 2 is no hire, number 3 is hire, number 4 is strong hire. So kalau kita dapat strong no hire ni, dia macam almost like blacklist. So kalau dapat strong no hire ni, kalau kita nak cuba sekali lagi, dia mungkin delay kita, mungkin setahun lagi baru boleh try, atau mungkin 2 tahun lagi boleh try. Tapi kalau no hire ni, bagi Amazon, dia cool off period dia 6 bulan. So kalau kita pergi interview dan fail, 6 bulan lagi boleh try. Kalau hire, bagus. Maknanya kita dapat kerja tu. Kalau strong hire, dia memang nak betul-betul kita, so dia akan bagi package yang bagus untuk kita. So impression is, you have to make a good impression, you have to handle all this. Ada soalan pasal interview ni?
Were they really that transparent? Sorry, I cut off kejap. Were they really that transparent about yang dia for categories of the hire, no hire tu?
Oh,
So you tanya
dengan
selepas
kita
dia dapat
tak,
masuk?
dengan kita dia tak. So itu in debrief. So kita tak tahu result. So diorang, antara diorang, this is not on the same day, this is on a different day. So diorang akan kumpul, diorang akan bincang macam mana candidate ni, dan semua orang akan bagi feedback. So this is on a different date. So usually Amazon ada 2-5 policy. So bila phone screen dapat result after 2 days, and bila kita pergi on-site, this is called an on-site, akan dapat result after 5 days. So sepatutnya within 5 days dia orang akan bincang, dia orang akan decide apa hire no hire tu, dan kita akan dapat sama ada offer letter ataupun rejection letter. So sebagai candidate, kita tak tahu hire, kita tak tahu strong hire ataupun normal hire. Tapi yang kita tahu ialah sama ada hire ataupun not hire. Any more?
Soalan saya sama dengan madam tadi, macam mana nak tahu kita strong hire ke not hire semua tu?
Itulah tak tahu. Kita apa yang saya boleh fikir ialah kalau kita rasa interaction tu bagus, kita dapat jawab semua soalan, probably dapat strong hire. Kalau kita tak berapa sure, maybe ada dapat, ada tak dapat, dan dapat offer, maybe just a not strong hire.
By the way, sir, actually dekat chat box ada question. I
Okay,
got for
silakan.
you. The question is, so how can we prepare ourselves before we attend the interview? It's study about the company background or more prepare on technical skills?
That's a very good question. Saya akan cover sebelum lepas ni, tapi secara overview-nya, so it depends on what kind of position you want. So I rasa untuk AISociety mostly akan jadi software engineer. So with software engineer, with most company, dia ada 3 main component yang kena study. Satu is data structure and algorithm. Yang ini saya tak boleh stresskan betapa pentingnya data structure dengan algorithm ni. Know your trees, know your recursion, depth first search, breadth first search, semua kena hafal, depan belakang, kiri kanan, linked list, itu sangat penting. Number 2 is system design. So yang saya cerita tadi, macam mana dia buat planet scale architecture, kena explain in detail. So and then nanti saya akan cover juga. So benda-benda yang kita kena cover ialah macam mana kalau what if something goes wrong, macam mana kita nak automate, macam mana benda ni high resiliency, macam mana kalau satu server down. Benda-benda tu kena tahu macam daripada the whole stack, TLS, security, backup, semua kena cover. So benda-benda ni ada buku yang boleh cerita semua benda ni, dan nanti saya akan bagi tahu resources yang mana yang kita boleh guna untuk study untuk benda-benda ni. Any more questions?
I think no more, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, next. So macam saya cakap tadi, components of interview. Satu, real-time coding. So real-time coding ni maksudnya ialah bila kita interview, kita akan sepanjang pengalaman saya untuk software engineer position, dia akan suruh kita buat coding dan dia akan tengok kita buat coding. So dia akan bagi soalan, contohnya macam mana kita nak tahu the most used the highest frequency of something. So kalau kita tengok benda ni, highest frequency something ada banyak nombor. Maybe kita boleh fikir kita boleh sort benda tu. Ambil sort dan kita ambil lah nombor satu yang paling tinggi. Tapi kalau sort, algorithm dia punya complexity is O of n log n. So kalau kita sort, O of n log n. Tapi ada satu cara kita boleh guna untuk dapat benda tu lagi laju daripada n log n, which is guna quick select. So quick select is O of n. So bila di propose soalan ni, orang yang jawab guna n of log n, which is the sort, kemungkinan interviewer kata, okay, that's acceptable, but can you find a way to make it go faster than that? So bila kita dah jumpa, bila dia dah bagi kita hint bahawa solution kita tu viable, tapi it's not the most optimal. So kita kena fikir cara macam mana nak make it the most optimal solution. So depends on the company juga. Kadang-kadang ada company yang okay dengan solution that is acceptable. Macam n log n is not bad, but if you have like n square or n cube, that's very bad. Tapi n log n is somewhat acceptable. Second part is system design. Macam saya cakap tadi, system design ni dia soalan dia is very vague. Basically system design ni lebih kepada macam mana kita sebagai software engineer bila bagi satu vague statement, macam mana kita proceed. So dia dah bagi kita soalan, kerja kita ialah tanya soalan balik kepada dia. So macam soalan contohnya dia bagi please design Twitter. That's very vague. Macam mana nak design Twitter? What kind of functionality you want? So kita tanya balik, what kind of functionality do you want? What kind of load do you expect? So dia akan bagi kita, let's say we expect 10,000 users. What kind of functionality do you want? Maybe just post and maybe follow people. Lepas tu kita design, tanya balik, how long do you want the data? How long do you want to retain the data? So kita kena design mechanism supaya data, berapa banyak data yang diperlukan untuk retain 10,000 users. For each user, maybe supply 2 tweets. For each tweet, maybe 2 kilobytes, and then store in database. Macam mana kita nak store kat database. Semua benda tu kena cover masa system designs. Next is leadership and human skills. So yang ini saya faham benda ni lain sikit masa saya kat Malaysia. So masa kat Malaysia, sistem dengan leadership skill ni, leadership dengan human skills ni kurang sikit dia tanya. Mungkin ada maybe 15 minit atau 20 minit dia tanya, itu pun kalau dia tanya. Tapi macam saya tunjuk jadual tadi, for Amazon specifically, untuk setiap section tadi, dia akan allocate maybe 10-15 minutes untuk leadership skill dan the rest for technical. Dan ada satu slot yang purely untuk leadership skills. So benda-benda ni, apa yang dia tak nak ialah orang yang pandai tapi susah nak bekerja dengan orang tu. So mungkin orang tu dia rasa dia pandai dan dia tak perlukan orang. So most tech companies tak nak benda tu. Dia nak orang yang A, memang pandai, dan B, play well with others. So dua kriteria ni amat penting. Kalau kita power technical tapi susah nak bekerja dengan orang, in fact kalau ada satu team dan kita masuk team tu jadi lagi teruk, so macam tak ada point nak hire orang yang macam tu. Any question on this?
Oh, good, sir.
Alright, next one. So, real-time coding ni mostly lead code. So, kalau siapa pernah pergi leadcode.com, dia ada banyak soalan dan soalan ni dia ada kategorikan. Company ni tanya soalan ni, company ni tanya soalan ni, dan kebanyakan soalan dekat lead code tu bila ditanya, dia unmodified. Bila kita tengok dekat lead code tu soalan tu macam tu, example data dia lah 1738. Kalau bila kita betul-betul interview pun, dia akan bagi sampel data exactly the same, 1738, dan wording dia pun exactly the same. So yang guna lead code ni Amazon, Google, Facebook, itu yang popular. So dia akan cover trees, arrays, sliding window, depth first search, breadth first search, recursion, union find algorithm, binary search. So benda-benda ni dia akan tanya kita. So macam Amazon, dia akan biasanya tanya dua soalan coding. Satu soalan senang. Soalan senang ni dia expect buat maybe dalam 10 minit. Dan kemudian lepas tanya soalan senang ni, baru dia tanya soalan yang betul-betul dia nak tahu. So sepanjang saya dekat Amazon, saya ada tanya orang interview, ada yang first soalan pun tak dapat jawab, ada yang boleh jawab first soalan, second soalan struggle, ada yang first soalan boleh jawab, second soalan boleh jawab, dan juga saya terpaksa fikir untuk third soalan yang kadang-kadang saya tak prepare pun third soalan, kena fikir on the spot third soalan untuk tanya orang tu. Yang orang yang boleh jawab first soalan dan second soalan dan sampai third soalan ni sangat-sangat jarang dijumpai, tapi ada orang yang sedemikian. So apa yang penting ialah satu, kena faham macam mana algoritma ni berfungsi, dan dua, kita kena masa kita code the solution tu, kita kena explain kenapa benda ni macam ni, kenapa benda ni macam ni, kenapa benda ni macam ni. Sambil code, sambil explain. So ada juga yang tak go for lead code. So contohnya saya pernah interview dengan Stripe. So kalau siapa-siapa yang tak familiar, Stripe ni dia payment processing software. So dia tak bagi lead code question. Jarang ada company yang tak bagi lead code question, tapi ada juga. So apa yang dia bagi ialah dia bagi GitHub repository, kita clone GitHub repository tu, dan dia nak kita fix bug tu depan mata dia. So macam mana kita berfikir, macam mana kita troubleshoot, macam mana kita diagnose the problem. Dan juga setengah-setengah company bagi kita guna Google untuk search bila kita start. Setengah-setengah company tak bagi. So macam Google dan juga Amazon, dia tak bagi. Setengah-setengah company bagi kita run program. Macam contohnya Apple, dia bagi kita run program tu. Tapi Facebook, dia tak bagi. Dia suruh kita tulis program dekat situ, dan juga kita kena compile dengan diri kita sendiri. Kita kena jadi compiler dan run benda tu sendiri dan make sure benda tu tak ada problem. So, depending on the company, benda ni ada slight variation here and there. Tapi the important thing is that you have to code, dan kita kadang-kadang dia ada platform di mana bila kita type, orang tu boleh nampak. Kadang-kadang dia minta kita screen share. So, it's always real-time coding, and if you cannot code, then you have no chance. Next question. Any questions? Right, moving on. Go on. Yep, tell me. tadi ada? Tak ada?
Tak ada, sir, tak ada.
Tak ada. Alright, next. So macam saya cakap tadi, system design. So system design ni kena bagi sedetail yang mungkin bila kita go system design. Contohnya, kenapa bila kita pakai TLS, kita tak pakai SSL. Kenapa kita tak pakai SSL? What is the pros and cons? What is the trade-off? Apa guna TLS, apa guna SSL? TLS pun ada version, TLS 1.3, TLS 1.2. Kenapa nak pakai 1.3? Kenapa nak pakai 1.2? Kalau ada load balancer kat depan, what type of load balancer? Level 4 load balancer, level 7 load balancer. Lepas tu bila kita ada make API call, nak guna REST ke, nak guna gRPC? What is the pros and cons? Kita guna HTTP, protokol apa? HTTP 1.1, HTTP 1.2. What are the pros and cons? Cap theorem. Kita guna cap theorem, cuba explain cap theorem. So with cap theorem ni, kita nak partition dengan availability ke, partition dengan consistency. Database sharding. Kenapa kita pakai database sharding? What are the pros and cons of database sharding? So benda-benda yang macam ni kena tahu dan kena explain. Kawan saya bagi saya tip, bila buat sistem design ni, tanya soalan dan jangan bagi orang tu tanya soalan dekat kita. Kita keep on talking, keep on explaining every single detail yang kita boleh explain. Contohnya maybe backup macam mana kita buat monitoring, macam mana benda tu auto heal. Semua aspek kena explain sampai orang tu tak ada soalan. Kalau interviewer tu tak ada soalan dekat kita, bagus. Maknanya kita dah explain semua benda yang dia cari. Tapi kalau dia ada soalan dan lagi banyak soalan yang dia tanya, maknanya kita ada gaps dengan benda yang kita explain tu. Kita tak explain dengan cukup detail. Any questions on this? Right, moving on. So, behavioral. So, behavioral ni seperti saya cakap, dia nak cari orang yang boleh bekerja dan juga play well with other. So team player. So macam dekat Google, nama term dia ialah googliness. So dekat Amazon, dia go for leadership principle. So masa dekat Google, masa saya interview, dia tanya, cuba cerita pasal macam mana kita nak handle, macam mana, apa yang awak buat bila untuk macam ada benda keadaan yang tak okey dan awak tak puas hati dengan keadaan yang tak okey tu, dan awak buat something supaya benda tu jadi okey. So saya cerita masa saya dekat Amazon dulu, mula-mula tak ada surau. So saya pun semayanglah dekat meeting room, tapi saya tak puas hati. So apa yang saya buat ialah saya email manager, kira manager saya punya manager, dan saya CC-kan semua orang Islam dekat Amazon yang semayang dengan saya kadang-kadang. So bukan semayang kadang-kadang, maksudnya kadang-kadang saya semayang dengan orang A, kadang-kadang saya semayang dengan orang B. So semua list tu saya forward dekat manager saya kata kami semayang dan juga kami tak ada room semayang, so kami kena book meeting room. Boleh tak kita ada proper prayer room? So dia kata dia kata baiklah, saya faham. Sekarang ni tak ada. So sekarang ni kalau perlukan room, datang ke bilik saya, boleh pakai bilik saya boleh pergi keluar sekejap sementara awak semayang, tapi nanti bila kita ada office baru nanti, saya akan make sure kita ada at least 2 prayer room supaya kita boleh semayang di situ. So benda-benda yang macam ni, behavioral ni, kita kena faham dia cari orang yang boleh make change things for the better. So with Amazon, dia ada leadership principles. So leadership principles ni, Amazon memang ada documented 16. Masa saya masuk dulu 14 kriteria. So sekarang ada 16 kriteria di mana semua benda ni akan ditanya masa interview. So bila saya interview orang, setiap interviewer dia akan bagi 2 topik. So saya akan search benda tu, tanya orang tu macam mana. So benda tu dia ialah STAR punya type interview. So kalau yang tak familiar, STAR is situation, task, action, result. Soalan dia akan berbunyi, tell me a time when. So contoh soalan mungkin, tell me a time when you disagreed with your manager for the benefit of the customer. Ataupun tell me a time when you had a disagreement in your team. So benda-benda macam tu dia nak figure out experience kita yang lepas macam mana dan macam mana dia fit dengan company culture supaya dia boleh ada data points, and then data points tu nanti dibincangkan antara semua untuk make kita punya result either higher or no higher. Any questions on this? Okay.
No, sir.
Next one. Oh, ada? Tak ada?
No.
Okay, go on. Next. So, technology. So, in terms of technology, masa saya kat Malaysia, kebanyakan company kebanyakan company yang saya bekerja ataupun saya interview, dia teknologi dia fokus. Contohnya, kami cari Java developer, kami cari PHP developer, kami cari Python developer. So, kita kena tahu satu language je. Dan contohnya kalau saya biasa buat Java, saya nak pergi kerja kat company yang buat Python, maybe susah sikit dia nak hire. Tapi dekat this major big technology company, dia tak kisah. Bila interview, dia akan tanya, nanti interview nak pakai language apa? So, pakai Java boleh, pakai Python boleh, pakai Ruby boleh, JavaScript boleh. Kenapa dia macam ni? Ialah sebab company tu besar. So, dia tak nak orang yang tahu satu language je. Kalau kau tahu Python sahaja, tak apa, tak jadi masalah. Sebab projek kita maybe guna Python, maybe tak guna Python. Kita tak tahu in the future apa. Dia nak orang yang boleh buat coding. So, dia tak ada satu language sahaja. Kadang-kadang satu projek itu mungkin ada 2-3 language. So maybe ada tool pakai Python, maybe ada tool pakai JavaScript, maybe ada tool pakai Ruby. Mungkin ada 2-3 tool pakai 2-3 language. Dan bila kita tak tahu, kita kena belajar. So kena belajar ni semua inisiatif sendiri. So tapi with exception with PHP ni, dekat Amazon, dan Amazon sahaja dia very anti PHP. So macam kat situ saya cakap bila kita kat universiti ni kita belajar, kita ada syllabus dan exam pun ikut syllabus. Tapi bila kita dah masuk pada dunia pekerjaan nanti, belajar tu sendirilah kerja kita. So macam kalau orang kata tak apalah sekarang kau belajar je, nanti dah kerja tak payah belajar sangat. Bagi saya it's the opposite. Kalau sekarang belajar banyak ni, bila dah bekerja nanti lagi banyak kena belajar sebab tak ada silibus, tidak diberikan anda silibus. Anda kena belajar sendiri dan anda kena fikir apa yang anda hendak belajar. So benda tu jadi semakin susah sebab kita tak semestinya tahu apa yang kita nak tahu. Any questions on this?
Sir, I'm curious. Why Amazon is very anti of PHP?
I think dia tak nyatakan sebabnya, tapi saya rasa mungkin sebab PHP ni satu language yang senang digunakan, senang untuk belajar, tapi oleh sebab dia senang digunakan dan senang untuk belajar, dia senang juga untuk make mistakes. So bila benda tu senang untuk make mistake, ada banyak mistake yang kita boleh buat, so dia eliminate that attack vector. Sebab benda ni senang nak belajar, senang nak pakai, orang senang buat mistake, kita buang, kita bagi language yang susah sikit nak belajar dan susah sikit nak buat mistake.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir.
Any more questions? Right, moving on.
I think Madam is talking, but Madam tak dengar.
Dengar tak, Nisa?
Dengar. Okay.
Okay. Encik, kalau Encik dengar tak? Can you hear me?
Dengar. Yes.
Okay. Kalau if you can bagi kepada students kan, what is the 3 top language for them to learn that will be very beneficial for them to go to the industry later on? Kalau nak dapat 3 je lah.
Susah nak kata 3, tapi kalau saya boleh bagi satu, saya bagi satu sahaja. Rust. So Rust ni mungkin baru juga, tak sure student ada exposure ke tak terhadap Rust. Tapi Rust ni bagi saya language yang agak baru dan banyak banyak projek yang lebih fokus kepada Rust. Saya bagi contoh salah satunya Linux kernel. So Linux kernel ni sejak inception of Linux kernel, sejak Linus Torvalds buat Linux kernel ni, cuma language C sahaja yang boleh digunakan untuk buat kernel. Tapi diorang buat committee dia buat decision bahawa kita akan add satu lagi support untuk language lain, which is Rust. So Rust, I think a major difference between other languages ialah dia cuba catch the error at compile time rather than runtime. So certain things yang bila error tu happen runtime, dia akan prevent error tu. So kena dua kalau nak belajar, saya rasa Go pun okey juga. So Go ni it's language of the DevOps environment. So untuk ambil example, kalau pernah dengar Docker, pernah dengar Kubernetes. So Kubernetes ni pada satu masa dulu dia build guna Java, tapi dia redesign balik, dia design guna Go. So kalau nak belajar, I think these two are very good. Java, not Java, Go and Rust. Kalau nombor tiga, kita ambil satu language yang across the board pakai, which means front end pun pakai, back end pun pakai. So only one language that does this, which is JavaScript. So kalau nak buat back end, ada juga kita boleh pakai Node.js sebagai JavaScript back end. Tapi bila kita buat front end, web page, JavaScript is very good to know. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thanks a lot.
All right. So, diversity in tech. So, yang ini saya ambil daripada Snap 2021 Diversity Report. Kalau kita tengok dekat sini, 65.7% men and 33% women. So, dalam dunia IT ni, ataupun dalam, at least specifically for Snap, dia punya gender tu tak balance. Tak banyak wanita menyertai tech world. So even I think even in other tech companies pun, this is imbalance. So dalam team saya pun, team saya sekarang, dia punya composition dia tak diverse in terms of gender. Ada seorang aja yang perempuan, lain semua lebih kurang 6 orang, semua lelaki-lelaki. So, apa yang saya nak bagi tahu kat sini ialah women in tech ni very sought after. Bos saya selalu cakap, we need more women, we need more women, we need more women. So, tapi susah nak cari. So, apa yang saya boleh cadangkan, I wish that more women become more engineers. Itu yang diperlukan dalam IT industry. So kalau kita tengok satu lagi kat situ, 34.3% Asian, 47.0 white. So ini pun also a reflection of the whole IT industry in general. Kebanyakannya memang white, dan kalau kita tengok graph tu, kebanyakannya is white males. Tapi Asians is number 2. So Asians in most tech companies are not minority. Bagi saya pun, team saya pun sekarang ni kebanyakannya Asian. Dan bila saya deal dengan team lain di US pun, ada banyak Asian dan ada banyak white. So bagi kita, kalau kita bekerja di company major tech company ni, tak rasa pelik sangat sebab bukan kita saja Asian, kita akan deal dengan banyak Asians lain. So yang saya tengok kurang sikit di situ is African American. Memang jarang nak jumpa African American. Masa saya kat Amazon pun jarang jumpa, Snapchat pun jarang jumpa, dan sekarang dekat Splunk pun jarang kita nak jumpa African American. Walaupun di America itself ramai African American, I think lagi ramai African American compared to Asians, tapi in the tech industry kurang. So again, apa yang saya nak cakapkan ialah I encourage women to be in this industry. It needs a diverse perspective. Any questions on this? Okay, next. So, more women than men, we need to fix this. So, challenges. So, bila kita kerja kat Malaysia, bila kita nak kerja dekat luar negara, kerja company yang mostly orang-orang putih, things that I thought would be a challenge, but actually it's not. Alcohol consumption. Maybe macam kawan-kawan kita minum, dia ajak kita minum. Tak pernah ada, bagi saya, experience saya, tak pernah ada orang yang ajak saya minum, saya kata I don't drink, lepas tu dia ajak sekali lagi. Tak pernah. Kalau saya bagi tahu yang saya tak minum dan dia tak pernah ajak pun. Dan juga daily prayers. Mungkin macam saya cakap tadi, mungkin susah sikit nak daily prayers, tapi orang tak ada kata kau nak pergi mana tu, tak boleh pergi, tak boleh pergi. Tak pernah. Saya tak pernah jumpa lagi sepanjang saya kerja tak boleh pergi sembahyang. Friday prayers pun sama. Saya bagi tahu dia I'll be taking a longer lunch on Fridays. Would that be a problem? No. No problem whatsoever. Juga eat leave application. Sebab kadang-kadang kita nak cuti akhir raya, kena explain kat dia. I don't really know when I'm going to take a leave, but it's either going to be Monday or Tuesday, depending on the moon. So dia faham. Okay, just book one day, and then if it's on Monday, then take Monday off. If it's Tuesday, take Tuesday off. Tak pernah jadi masalah. Any questions on this? Right, next. Unexpected challenges. So, ini benda yang saya tak fikir pun jadi masalah, tapi dia menyusahkan sikit. One is asking question. So, bila macam anak saya, dia suka tanya soalan. Sikit-sikit nak tanya, sikit-sikit nak tanya, sikit-sikit nak tanya. Tapi bila kita jadi semakin besar, curiosity tu berkurangan. Kita kurang nak bertanya. So sebab tu saya bagi slot tadi few seconds untuk tanya soalan. Saya tengok guest sekarang ni, participant ni bagus, dia bertanya soalan, dia tak berat untuk bertanya, which is a good thing. Tapi bagi saya, masa saya dulu sebelum masuk Amazon, saya pun tak banyak bertanya. Bila orang bagi cakap something, okay. So ini tak bagus. Bila saya dah masuk company-company macam ni, tak bertanya soalan ni, maknanya kita tak pay attention. Bila kita dia punya idea is kalau orang cakap something, tanya dia soalan, seolah-olah ada orang lain akan tanya kita apa orang tadi cerita. So benda tu kena tanya. Tak faham sikit tanya, tak faham sikit tanya, tak faham sikit tanya. So mentality yang kalau kita tak faham ni negative is a bad thing. Tak faham ni actually good thing, sebab kadang-kadang orang tu maybe tak explain properly. So, satu benda yang masa saya dekat Amazon, dalam banyak-banyak soalan ni, soalan selalunya tak salah, tapi jawapan ada jawapan yang salah dan ada jawapan yang paling salah. So, jawapan yang paling salah sekali masa dekat Amazon ialah memang macam tu. So, bila kita tanya soalan, kenapa kita buat macam ni, lepas tu orang tu jawab, memang macam tu, itulah jawapan yang paling salah sekali. Dia kata, kalau bila ditanya dan dapat jawab soalan tu, jangan berhenti tanya, bahkan tambah soalan kepada orang yang bagi jawapan macam tu. Dan satu lagi ialah giving feedback. So, giving feedback ni, macam sebelum saya kerja dengan company-company ni, giving feedback ni satu benda yang saya kurang bagi. Tapi saya bagi contoh. Contohnya macam kita ada team lunch. So kita ada team lunch. Bos bawa pergi makan. So pergi makan. Tapi let's say saya ada benda yang saya boleh makan, ada benda yang saya tak boleh makan. Of course, saya boleh makan halal je. Tapi sebab for fish, seafood mostly okay. So bos bawa pergi makan, ada seafood kat situ, saya makanlah seafood, tak ada masalah. Tapi saya notice kalau ada orang team saya yang vegetarian, terlalu sedikit selection untuk dia. So benda-benda macam ni, walaupun bagi kita benda tu okay, tapi kita bagi feedback untuk orang lain yang mungkin ada uncomfortable dengan situation tu. So bila kita fikir bahawa untuk aku okay, aku senyap je lah. Itu bukan macam tu. kita fikir bahawa kalau kita okey, orang lain macam mana? Adakah orang lain semua akan okey juga? So kalau kita bila fikir ada orang yang tak okey dengan benda ni, kita kena bagi tahu. Any questions on this?
Good, sir.
Okay, next one. So career option. So yang ini yang apa yang saya buat. So first is cloud support engineer. So cloud support engineer ni dia boleh jadi arkitek. So arkitek ni lain daripada kat Malaysia. So masa kat Malaysia, arkitek ni programmer juga, tapi oleh sebab nak justify dia punya pay, dia jadikan title dia arkitek. Tapi buat kerja sama programming. Tapi dekat company macam Amazon, arkitek ni lain. So selalunya dia akan ada almost no coding. Dia lebih kepada architecture. Kita pakai tools ni untuk apa, kita pakai servers ni apa. Dan biasanya untuk cloud support engineer tak ada travel, tapi bila architect dia akan travel, dia akan pergi customer side, dia akan try to facilitate the needs of the customer match with what the company is offering. So we'll need to interact with customer. So setengah-setengah orang dia introvert, setengah-setengah orang dia extrovert. Introvert ni tak suka sangat bergaul dengan orang, extrovert ni dia suka bergaul dengan orang. Kalau dia tak bergaul dia rasa macam pelik sikit, rasa macam tak berkembang. So kalau kita extrovert dan suka bergaul dengan orang dan tak suka sangat coding, architect ni memang sesuai untuk kita. Okay, so bagi Amazon, just I think specific for Amazon, interaction architect ni dia tujuan dia bukan untuk jual produk company. Tujuan dia untuk satisfy customer needs. So what that means is that kalau customer tu sekarang dia pakai produk A dan juga ada option di mana architect tu tahu dia tak payah pakai produk A pun dia still boleh solve dia punya problem. So architect tu akan bagi tahu, kau tak payah pakai produk ni, walaupun kau punya jual kau tak payah pakai, kau pakai benda ni free dan benda ni boleh solve kau punya needs. So architect tu bukan tujuan dia untuk sell more stuff, tujuan dia ialah untuk make sure the company the customer is happy. So dekat Amazon, nama dia customer obsession. Benda yang kita buat untuk customer. Ada soalan untuk benda ni? Okay, next one. So, number 2 is a site reliability engineer. So, yang ini tak sure dekat Malaysia ada ke tak site reliability engineer ni ataupun familiar ke tak. So basically site reliability engineer ni dia ada beberapa dia boleh kata ada spektrum lah kot. Ada site reliability engineer yang buat sikit coding dan banyak operation, and on the other end of the spectrum dia yang buat banyak coding dan sikit operation. So basically site reliability engineer ni tujuannya is make sure that the service is up and running and always automate things. So lebih kepada automation, lebih kepada bukan kepada feature. Contohnya bila let's say WhatsApp, mungkin semua orang guna WhatsApp. So site reliability engineer ni tujuan dia make sure WhatsApp ni tak down. So maybe certain time bila ada server, dia kena automatically replace new server down, tapi dia buat script. So script to detect ada server problem, script to automatically backup the server, lepas tu replace with new server from backup. So benda-benda macam tu, di mana kerja-kerja site reliability engineer ni tak nampak dekat end user. So deals with infrastructure, operating system kena tahu, Linux kernel kena tahu, network kena tahu, cloud kena tahu. Benda-benda ni are the core skills of a site reliability engineer. So bagi siapa-siapa yang agak suka coding tapi rasa macam tak berapa okey sangat coding dan dia minat benda-benda macam network, dia minat macam operating system, so site reliability engineer ni memang sesuai lah untuk orang yang macam tu. Any questions on this? Okay, next one. So software engineer. So yang ini I think the core kalau dalam IT company, this is royalty. This is macam the best job. Semua orang pun nak jadi software engineer. So dia heavy coding. Seperti saya cakap tadi, memang kerja coding dan juga design and implement feature. So benda ni, let's say kalau contohnya kalau kita kerja dengan Facebook dan juga kita buat WhatsApp. So WhatsApp maybe ada dulu tak ada delete feature. So sekarang ada delete feature. So benda-benda feature yang macam ni it deals with the software engineer. So contoh satu lagi ialah Twitter. So Twitter announce dia akan ada edit feature in the future. So software engineer ni tujuan dia implement benda tu, test benda tu. Kadang-kadang dia ada A/B testing. So A/B testing ni kalau siapa-siapa pernah guna Instagram, kadang-kadang Instagram orang ni lain sikit pada Instagram orang ni. Ada feature yang orang ni dapat, orang ni tak dapat. So itu dia buat supaya dia test out. Kalau kita bagi 10% of the user feature ni, 10% of the user feature ni, mana yang dapat lebih banyak interaction? Mana lebih orang guna? So based on that data, dia kata, okay, feature ni tak bagus, kita akan pakai feature satu lagi. So yang itu satu lagi which is I tak cover kat sini, it's a data engineer. So data engineer ni akan make sure that dia ada data-data dia, kenapa decision semua based on data. So based on data ni kita patut buat benda ni, based on data ni kita buat benda ni. Kalau kita pakai server dekat sini, slow dia macam ni. Kalau kita pakai back end dia macam ni, slow dia macam ni, so kita patut pakai macam ni. So all decisions are data driven. Next is how to be a better programmer. Do lead code regularly. So saya dah ada kerja ni pun, saya still lagi go to lead code, tengok apa. So biasanya kita tak nak diri kita jadi out of touch. So always do coding regularly. Read about new and emerging tech. So benda-benda ni susah sikit nak buat sebab kadang-kadang kita tak tahu apa benda yang kita patut baca, benda yang kita tak patut baca. Just be aware. Contohnya macam saya cakap tadi, Rust. So masa Rust mula-mula keluar dulu, saya tak aware, tapi as it's progressing more and more, saya baca pasal Rust, saya tengok Rust ni bagus. I think Amazon ada publish pasal tadi kita ada talk pasal sustainability. So Amazon dia punya rationale is that Rust ni sebab dia tak makan banyak processing power, kita boleh buat more stuff using less energy. So Rust is something that is energy efficient. So write code and publish to GitHub. So yang ini seperti saya, yang ini saya buat Monty Hall problem. Saya nak belajar Rust. So saya ada satu problem ni, kalau siapa pernah tengok movie 21, dia punya problem ialah game show host ni kata ada 3 door, satu door ni ada hadiah, lagi 2 door ni ada kambing. So nak pilih mana satu? So katalah kita pilih door A. Lepas tu game show host ni akan tunjuk satu lagi door lain, dan dia tunjuk door tu sebab dia tahu mana satu yang ada hadiah, mana satu yang tak ada hadiah, dia akan tunjuk door yang ada kambing. So kita nampak kambing. So dia tanya, sekarang would you like to change to a different door or would you like to stick to your door? So benda ni sebenarnya it's math. So the best outcome is to switch to a different door. Tapi saya tak faham kenapa math kata statistically it's better to switch to a different door. So saya buat program ni, Monty Hall problem in Rust. So saya run simulation, saya tengok memang betul switching the door gives you 66.7% chance of getting the prize, while sticking to your own door gives you 33.3% chance. So based on that, kita faham how to use that language. Any questions on this? Okay, moving on. So Einstein kata, it's not that I'm so smart, it's just that I stay with the problem longer. So when you feel like giving up, don't. So saya cakap tadi, saya buat lead code. Kadang-kadang saya jumpa soalan lead code ni macam, kenapa aku tak faham buat benda ni? Saya spend maybe 1 hari, maybe spend 2 hari, tak faham juga. So adakah memang aku tak pandai buat benda ni? Kadang-kadang saya rasa nak give up juga, tapi don't. So rest kejap, take a break, try different approach, try solving a different problem first. So benda-benda ni bila kita tak boleh solve dan orang lain boleh solve, ada solution dia, cuma kita tak faham macam mana solution dia. So take time off, try to figure out. Now, any questions on this?
All good, sir. All good.
Okay. Okay. So I think that is it. Any questions? I think kita dah masuk QA time ke?
Sir, there is a question in the chat box.
Okay.
Okay, I read for you. The question sounds, does most company or interviewer will look into our project in GitHub as one of the requirement to get job as a software engineer?
That's a very good question. No. Sebenarnya dia tak tengok pun. Jarang company tengok. Bagi saya jarang company tengok dan kadang-kadang tak tengok pun. Kadang-kadang nak tengok tu maybe just curious. Kalau ada dekat kita punya profile, saya curious orang ni, dia macam saya cakap tadi, satu budak ni dia boleh jawab soalan satu saya bagi dapat jawab, soalan dua saya bagi jawab, soalan tiga saya kena fikir dan juga dia dapat jawab juga. Dia ada GitHub, so saya curious, saya tengok GitHub dia, oh okay, boleh tahan juga budak ni. So recommendation saya ialah strong hire bagi candidate yang macam tu. So for the QA session, it's basically AMA, ask me anything. I think nothing is off limits. Kalau saya tak boleh bagi jawapan, saya akan bagi saya punya estimate, macam apa jawapan yang betul.
Okay, sir. I think I'm going to ask again the other question that been asked just now.
Okay.
Yang apa ni soalan dia yang how can we prepare ourselves before attending an interview? Should we study
Okay.
about the company background or prepare on more technical skills?
Okay. So ada beberapa buku yang saya recommend. Satu ialah Introduction to Algorithm. So nama buku tu kalau kita search CLRS. CLRS ni the last name of the 4 authors of that book. Satu lagi buku ialah Cracking the Coding Interview 6th edition. So buku tu pun bagus juga. Dia ada cerita algorithm, dia cerita company ni macam mana. Apa lagi, lead code pun buat banyak juga. So always practice lead code. Lead code dia ada premium version, dia ada free version. So dengan premium version ni kita boleh tahu company ni soalan macam mana dia tanya, company ni soalan macam mana dia tanya. So secara amnya, kalau company tu social networking, contohnya macam Facebook, dia akan tanya graph related questions. Kalau company tu macam Google, dia akan tanya, dia fokus sangat on graph related, tapi maybe akan kena graph related question. So practice answering lead code. Ada juga macam setengah-setengah service, dia ada course pasal how to be a software engineer. So ada a few courses yang macam ni, agak mahal dan saya tak pernah pakai, jadi saya tak tahu how effective it is, tapi ada if somebody wants to explore that option. Untuk sistem design juga, ada beberapa buku yang saya recommend. Untuk sistem design, salah satunya ialah it's called the Wild Boar book. Nama dia is Designing Data Intensive Application, DDIA. So dia cerita banyak macam mana data hungry application ni, macam mana dia berfungsi, macam mana kita nak handle data semua. Satu lagi ialah Systems Design Interview by Alex XU. So dia dulu dia engineer dekat Twitter. So dia tulis buku tu, sekarang ada volume 1 dan juga sekarang ada volume 2. Bagus juga pasal benda tu. Untuk soft skill, Amazon ada buku pasal Amazon, The Amazon Way, 14 Principles, dan juga satu lagi ialah 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. So it's basically how you can be a better human being, macam mana kita boleh treat others well. So it's not only just for interview. I think kalau baca pun, it's good for you to have improve yourself so that you can be more reliant. So macam contohnya dekat Amazon, saya cakap tadi ada jawapan yang salah. Ada satu lagi jawapan salah ialah tak tahu. So macam kalau kerja kita, let's say kerja kita dealing with sistem A, lepas tu ada orang tanya sistem B, walaupun bukan kerja kita, tak boleh kata ni bukan kerja saya tak tahu. Apa yang kita buat ialah kita maybe boleh cari siapa-siapa yang mungkin tahu pasal sistem B dan bagi tahu dia, I'm not really sure but I think you should ask this person because he's in charge or she's in charge of that system. But if you can't reach him, please let me know. I'll try to help you in another way. So apa yang kita bagi tahu ialah kita cuba tolong dia, kita bagi dia kita point dia dekat a different direction. Tapi kalau dah bagi point different direction pun dia still tak dapat help, so dia patut datang kat kita dan kita cuba cari jalan lain untuk tolong dia. So it's more like as a human, how do you help others? Does that answer your question? I can elaborate more if there's a specific area that you want me to elaborate on.
InsyaAllah, yes.
Okay.
I think you could probably just add a bit more, Encik Titi, to the question by Iman. He asked about the 16 criteria of leadership that you mentioned. So if you could mention a bit more about the leadership criteria yang dalam buku Amazon Way of Book tu.
Boleh. So boleh search Amazon Leadership Principle. So dia akan keluar satu page. Saya pun tak ingat semua tapi saya boleh mention a few. So salah satunya yang nombor 1 yang saya ingat, walaupun saya dah berhenti Amazon lama, tapi sebab benda tu saya rasa penting saya ingat juga, it's customer obsession. So customer obsession ni macam saya bagi example tadi, Amazon ni dia memang, saya tak pernah jumpa, walaupun saya dah berhenti Amazon, saya tak pernah jumpa lagi company yang care ataupun seemingly care for the customer macam Amazon. So masa saya kerja dekat Amazon dulu, bila kita dapat feedback daripada customer, dia ada rating kita 5 star, 1 star. Benda-benda ni Amazon sangat particular. So macam one example ialah yang saya baca ialah ada orang ni dia order kat Amazon, dapat barang. Tapi Amazon hantar, tapi bila Amazon hantar dia kata tak dapat barang. Lepas tu Amazon kata, okay tak apa, kita hantar, mungkin ada salah, kita hantar satu lagi. Amazon hantar, dah sampai dah barang tu dekat dia, dia check rupanya first time hantar tu ada, tapi maybe angin tiup ke benda tu terkeluar masuk belakang semak. So dia kata sekarang ada 2 barang ni kat saya, macam mana? Dia kata tak apa, ambil je dua-dua. So benda-benda macam tu agak susah bagi saya untuk company-company lain. Saya ada masalah dengan Apple, produk Apple, Apple TV saya ada problem. Tapi bila saya deal dengan customer service dengan Apple, dia macam cuba brush off that problem. Macam, pakai macam ni kan boleh, pakai macam ni kan boleh. Ya, memanglah betul. Kalau saya beli kereta, ada 4 pintu, satu pintu tak boleh buka, memanglah semua orang boleh masuk kat pintu satu lagi dan juga eventually dapat masuk juga. Tapi saya nak 4 pintu ni berfungsi. Sekarang tak berfungsi, macam mana? So, kalau with Amazon, dia memang obsessive. Dia akan make sure customer tu bukan satisfy the need. Dia make sure customer tu happy. So, benda ni tak jumpa kat company lain. Number 2 is ownership. Macam saya cakap tadi, kita kena own benda tu. Kita tak boleh kata pass benda tu kat orang lain. Ni bukan kerja aku, pass kat orang lain. Bukan kerja aku, pass kat orang lain. Dekat Amazon, bila somebody tanya kita soalan, kita kena contribute. Kalau tak boleh contribute banyak, contribute sikit untuk solve that issue. So kita tak boleh pass kat orang, pass kat orang. Itu sangat-sangat no in Amazon. Ada satu benda yang saya sebelum saya masuk Amazon, saya tak ada perangai ni, tapi lepas saya masuk, saya rasa benda ni penting, which is dalam leadership principle tu, have backbone, disagree and commit. So benda ni agak kompleks nak explain, tapi saya cuba explain sebaiknya. Nombor 1, dia 2 part. Satu is have backbone. Have backbone tu maksudnya bila satu orang cakap something dan kita tak setuju, kita kena have backbone, cakap kat dia, saya tak setuju dengan apa awak cakap, sebabnya begini. So saya rasa have backbone ni tak ada masalah. Most people mampu, walaupun ada maybe kalau terlalu introvert tak mampu nak bercakap macam ni, tapi saya rasa most people mampu bila ada benda yang dia tak setuju, dia cakap. So the second part tu, disagree and commit tu, itu saya tak ada dulu. Disagree and commit tu maksudnya, walaupun kita disagree, walaupun let's say saya cakap kita patut pakai color biru, tapi orang kata kita patut pakai color biru. Saya kata kita patut pakai color kuning. Lepas tu bincang. Konsensus saya bagi data point saya kenapa kita pakai macam ni, orang dia bagi data point dia kenapa pakai macam ni, bincang antara ramai orang, kita dapat konsensus, kita ikut orang tu punya cara, which is maybe pakai color biru. So walaupun saya disagree, tapi saya kena commit, saya kena give my best to make sure that projek yang menggunakan color biru ni berjaya. Saya tak boleh dalam hati tak suka. So bila projek tu gagal, jangan kata, itulah aku dah cakap kena pakai color macam ni, kau tak nak dengar. Itulah benda yang tak boleh sekali cakap kat Amazon. Maknanya kita tak commit. So bila kita, walaupun kita disagree, tapi bila ada konsensus kata, this is the way we should do it, semua orang kena give all their best to make sure that benda tu akan berjaya. Salah satu lagi ialah learn and be curious. So benda ni saya rasa antara benda yang saya rasa semua orang patut ada, which is learn and be curious. Macam saya, example saya bagi tadi ialah macam anak saya suka bertanya, tapi along the way kita kurang minat untuk bertanya. One example is New Zealand. Kenapa nama dia New Zealand? Ada ke Old Zealand? Pernah tak kita terfikir? So saya pun baru je terfikir benda ni, dan saya Google juga kenapa nama dia New Zealand. So basically dia dekat Netherlands, basically ada sea land. So sea land tu, which is sea and land, dekat New Zealand, orang Netherlands tu pergi discover New Zealand, so dia kata New Sea Land. So dia jadi New Zealand. So benda-benda macam tu, curiosity tu saya rasa penting. Kita selalu bertanya, fikir kenapa macam ni. Always be curious and always be learning. Another example ialah dive deep. So dive deep ni, one example is kalau kita go into management, dia ada 5 whys. So 5 whys tu bila ada problem, tanya why. Lepas tu tanya why lagi, keep on tanya why sampai 5 kali untuk dapat reason. Contohnya, orang pergi kedai, dia kata, saya nak beli paku. Kenapa awak nak beli paku? Saya nak buat bookshelf. Kenapa awak nak buat bookshelf? Saya ada banyak buku. Kenapa awak ada banyak buku? Sebab saya suka baca buku. Kenapa awak suka baca buku? Sebab dapat ilmu. So sebenarnya orang tu, dia bukannya nak paku sangat. Dia nak, problem dia banyak sangat buku. So apa yang kita buat ialah, maybe kita boleh find a way buat e-books. So cik tak payah beli paku lah, ini Kindle. So Kindle ni boleh buat beribu-ribu buku, tak payah pun pasang rak buku. So benda-benda macam tu kita deep dive, walaupun orang akan datang kita dengan satu masalah dan dia nak kita solve masalah tu, kita tak semestinya solve masalah tu, maybe kita boleh solve the underlying issue. So I think those are the ones that I remember. Tapi kalau if you go dekat Amazon punya website and search for Amazon Leadership Principles, dan ada few principles yang saya tak cover, maybe kalau need further explanation, let me know, then I'll be happy to explain them.
Sorry. I got a question.
Yes, tell me.
The question is, as a student, I was thinking bila kita nak masuk kerja ni, when should I start involving in industries and like big companies try to interviews and so on. When should I start to involve in these things? Should I masa tengah belajar ni dah start discover, or nanti baru macam, oh tak apa, nanti baru kita start nak go on, macam tu.
Good question. So, ni saya punya opinion. Bila kita study, saya rasa kita patut fokus on study. So, bila ada assignment, buat assignment, focus on your study. Study ni penting. Tapi kita kadang-kadang kita ada masa, maybe cuti SEM ke. So, di Malaysia, saya rasa satu opportunity di Malaysia ialah ada Amazon. So dekat Amazon ni kadang-kadang dia ada intern, kadang-kadang dia ada job untuk fresh grad. Tapi kadang-kadang je lah. Saya tak tahu bila dia buka. Boleh tengok dekat Amazon punya website. So salah satu kriteria yang boleh membantu untuk dapatkan kerja dekat Amazon ialah with Amazon certification. So mungkin masa cuti SEM maybe boleh belajar pasal Amazon certification dan boleh ambil Amazon certification. So bila ada Amazon certification ni, bila kita nak apply as internship atau nak apply as fresh grad, it would help with Amazon. Tapi tak semestinya Amazon. Most company pun kalau ada certification ni, kalau dia tengok dua budak yang fresh grad, satu budak fresh grad ni ada certification, satu budak fresh grad ni tak ada certification, dia mungkin lebih cenderung untuk ambil budak yang ada certification ni.
Thank you, sir. Another question from me.
Okay.
Maybe I was interested to know sir punya pengalaman while kerja as a software engineer dekat Amazon or any big companies. How do you feel when sir kerja tu?
A good question, good question. So, bila kita deal dengan company besar ni, satu benda yang kita kena faham ialah semua orang, semua every single person dalam company tu, kita tadi saya cakap interview tu susah kan, ada 5 orang interview. So, semua orang yang berjaya di-hire untuk company tu, memang dah at least 5 orang kata orang ni layak, 5 orang bersetuju bahawa orang ni patut kerja di sini. So, antara benda yang saya belajar ialah walaupun kita deal dengan orang tu dan kita rasa orang tu macam mana orang ni dapat kerja kat sini, tapi sebenarnya dia benda yang kita rasa dia tak tahu tu, memang dia tak tahu, tapi ada benda yang mungkin ada 10 benda yang dia tahu, kita tak tahu. So, dealing with these big companies, everybody who's there is supposed to be there, dan jangan ingat kita tahu semua benda, sebab kalau terlalu banyak benda untuk tahu dan kemungkinan untuk kita tak tahu tu sangat tinggi. So jangan pandang rendah pada orang lain. Apa lagi yang saya nak cakap ialah bila kita deal dengan, saya cakap kita tak tahu benda tu, kita akan ada something called imposter syndrome. So imposter syndrome is okay, it's fine. Imposter syndrome maksudnya tahu ni macam mana. Tak apa. Bukan kau seorang je tak tahu, orang lain pun tak tahu juga. So you have to figure it out along the way. So kalau tak tahu, tak ada masalah. Tak tahu, belajar. Apa lagi yang saya nampak, bila kita deal with big companies, kadang-kadang kita rasa benda tu nampak macam corporate. So kadang-kadang orang takut sangat sebab mungkin dia lebih laid back, rasa macam lebih tak comfortable kerja dengan company-company besar. So saya rasa tak salah kerja dengan company-company besar ni. Saya pernah kerja company kecil, saya pernah kerja company besar. So saya rasa lebih kurang sama kerja dengan company kecil dengan company besar. Cuma mungkin beza dia, company besar ni kita kena faham bahawa company tu apa dia punya main objective. So dengan company kecil ni mungkin kita boleh jumpa, mungkin nampak bos, CEO ataupun owner company tu maybe sebulan sekali. Tapi bila company-company yang besar ni macam Amazon, saya pun tak pernah jumpa bos Amazon. Dia pernah datang office Australia, tapi orang lain jumpa, saya masa tu saya tak sempat jumpa. Dan juga masa dekat Snapchat tak pernah jumpa bos Snapchat, dan sekarang dekat Splunk pun tak pernah physically jumpa bos Splunk. Does that answer the question, or I can elaborate on something specific if you let me know what is it?
I think it's good to know your pengalaman. Sir, there is a question from Abdul Mohaimin in the chat box.
Okay.
He asked, boleh Tuan terangkan tentang log O yang Tuan explain awal-awal tadi?
Oh, okay. So it's a complexity. So algorithmic complexity. So macam bagi saya explain. Let's say kita nak tahu apakah ada array 2000 item. So soalan dia, apakah nombor yang paling besar dalam array itu? Macam mana kita nak check? Okay. So bila kita dapat soalan ni, nombor satu soalan kita nak tanya, adakah array itu sorted? So kalau array itu sorted, Nombor yang paling besar adalah nombor kat ujung. So bila nombor tu kat ujung, berapa elemen kita kena tengok? Satu elemen tengok cukup. Ataupun tak payah tengok elemen pun cukup sebab kita tahu yang kat ujung tu lah yang paling besar. So katalah dia kata tak, array itu tak sorted. Array itu randomized. So 4, 7, 19, 200, 2000, negatif 37. So bila kita, macam mana kita nak tahu nombor yang paling besar? Kita kena tengok each element. So kalau ada 2000 elemen, kena tengok 2000 elemen. Kalau ada 20 juta elemen, kena tengok 20 juta elemen. So for that, the complexity is O of n. Sebab kalau ada n elements kita kena tengok. Tapi macam mana kita nak sort? Adakah kalau kita tengok each element sekali, benda tu sorted? Tak. So bila sort, dia ada, mungkin pernah belajar bubble sort. So bubble sort is n square, dia punya logarithmic complexity. So n square, that means worst case, kalau ada 100 elemen, kita kena tengok 100 elemen tu, kita kena tengok 10,000 kali. So maybe A dengan B, A dengan C, A dengan D, A dengan E, lepas tu B dengan C, B dengan D, B dengan E. So every combination tu kita kena take into account. So that's n square. So n square, bila kita ada programming question, n square is almost never the answer. Usually either O of n or O of log n. Does that answer the question?
He said yes.
Okay, I would like to interrupt a bit. We have another question for Abdul Iskandar, but before going to that question, I feel like I want to ask you what inspires you to actually apply for jobs, especially dekat Australia kan? And then have you considered, Abdul Iskandar punya soalan is, have you considered starting your own company? And I'd add, if you do, are you planning to come back to Malaysia or are you planning to stay for good dekat Australia ke? It's more towards personal question lah. Feel free to share up until
Betul.
where you are comfortable to share with.
Betul, berat soalan tu. Okay, so saya boleh jawab. Kat Malaysia, saya buka company, saya pernah buka company 2008 sampai 2012. Tapi 2012 tu ni lah tutup company, bankrupt. So apa yang saya boleh share pasal buka company ni, mungkin buka company ni tak untuk semua orang. So saya lebih technical. Saya suka deal with computers, deal with codes. Tapi dealing with people, cari project, elevator pitch, itu bukan saya punya strong point. So bagi saya pernah buka company dan juga pernah company itu functional at least for a few years. So I've done it. I know how hard it is, and I'm probably not going to do it anytime soon. Balik Malaysia tu it's always something in the cards, tapi tak sure bila lagi. Oh, macam mana boleh terfikir nak apply dekat Australia? Saya sebenarnya apply banyak. Dekat US pun saya apply. Tapi kalau tengok saya punya profile tu, saya ada diploma ITM, saya tak ada degree dekat ITM. So masa saya apply saya pernah apply sekali dekat company US. Lepas tu masuk interview, tapi bila ditanya ada degree kita, saya kata tak ada. So dealing with US ni, dia ada a few visa, work visa, tapi work visa, salah satu work visa is H1B. So H1B ni, a degree is a requirement. Kalau tak ada degree, sebab US dia ada 4-year degree. So if you do not have a degree, each year where you don't have a degree, you have to have 3 years of experience. So sama ada you have a degree or you have to have 12 years of working experience equivalent to a degree. So pada masa tu saya tak ada 12 years of working experience. So tak dapatlah pergi US. So for Australia, working visa dia agak kurang strict. So for working visa dia, minimum requirement is you need 3 years of working experience. So saya ada 3 years working experience, dapat working visa, kerja dengan Australia with working visa for 3 years. Lepas tu saya apply permanent resident, so sekarang dah ada permanent resident. Dan with permanent resident, boleh kerja dengan mana-mana company, tak ada masalah.
Okay, interesting sharing. Tak pernah consider pergi Europe ke? Kan orang Malaysia suka pergi UK.
Betul, betul, betul.
Ah.
Pernah consider juga dan saya pernah apply pergi UK macam saya cakap tadi for Facebook tapi uh, tak ber, tak berpeluang untuk pergi UK. So maybe in the future, but as for now it's Australia.
Okay, okay. Itulah I just got a comment from in my WhatsApp group from Prof Azrina. She sends her regards to you. She remembers you as an alumni actually. Prof
Oh,
Azrina
okay.
Haji Muhammad. Itu je lah. Okay, I think we can go back to the question. I think there's one more question from Akmal. He asks, if you can turn back time, what advice would you give to your past self?
What advice would I give? Let me think. Okay, number one, get a degree. Number two would be fokus sebab masa dulu tak ada site-site macam LeetCode, HackerRank ni. So kalau I could give my advice to myself, learn this. Polish up your algorithm skills. Make sure you know the algorithms back and forth and read more. Read more, not only so macam kadang-kadang kita ada student yang tanya macam ni masuk syllabus ke tak, kita patut belajar benda ni ke tak. So for school that's fine, kita fokus on benda yang kita patut belajar, tapi for work you have to figure out, kita kena figure out sendiri apa yang kita nak belajar. So bagi saya, advice saya ialah algorithms, make sure tahu benda-benda macam tree, graph, traversal, recursion. So buku yang saya mention tadi, Introduction to Algorithm, CLRS punya buku, Cracking the Coding Interview, dan juga ada satu lagi, Grokking Algorithms. Itu pun bagus juga. Itu lebih kepada introductory. Dia macam it explains things in normal. It's not academic book. It's more like for the layman macam senang sikit nak faham. Any more questions?
Sir,
Yes, tell me.
I want to ask, why you stop? Kenapa dulu berhenti kerja kat Amazon dan
Oh, okay.
apa
Good question.
Apa
So,
kriteria?
yeah, silakan teruskan.
Lepas tu kalau nak cari company baru, apa kriteria yang cari?
So dekat Amazon tu saya berhenti sebab Amazon ni dia bagus. Saya rasa sangat bagus dan saya recommend pun kalau ada yang nak kerja, Amazon ni is a good place, at least from my perspective. Tapi bagi saya, sebab saya dah lama dekat situ, saya rasa with Amazon dia fokus on benda-benda yang Amazon specific sahaja. So saya nak explore benda-benda lain. So salah satu benda yang masa saya kat situ, saya kerja dengan Redshift, which is a data warehouse team. So satu benda yang saya belajar dan saya nampak banyak benda yang banyak news pasal benda tu ialah Kubernetes dengan Docker. So bila kita deal with data warehouse, kita tak perlukan Kubernetes dan Docker ni. So saya tak dapat belajar benda-benda ni. So saya pindah Snap, dengan Snap saya belajar Kubernetes dengan Docker. Dan juga bila saya rasa saya faham dan saya nak make sure yang saya faham ni benda yang patutnya faham, saya ambil certification. So saya sekarang ada Docker Kubernetes certification. So bila ada Kubernetes certification tu, dia bukan macam soalan tanya ABC. Dia akan bagi satu sistem dan kita kena type commands dan make sure sistem tu akan sistem yang broken tu dia akan fix. So dapat belajar pasal Docker dan juga bila saya berhenti ialah sebab saya masuk tu tahun 2020. Saya berhenti pada ujung tahun 2020 sebab around that time ada satu dokumentari keluar. Nama dia apa nama dia? The Social Dilemma. So The Social Dilemma ni dia cerita pasal software yang free dan juga make people addicted to using the software. So dia tak maybe ada sikit section pasal Snapchat, tapi kebanyakannya pasal Facebook. So bagi software yang macam ni yang free dan juga dia nak orang guna dan orang jadi addicted guna. Dan bila saya meeting pun kita selalu dia macam how do we increase engagement, macam dah lah tu macam let people put down their phone and get on with their life. So saya rasa saya tak berapa setuju dengan ideologi di mana kita nak keep getting more and more engagement. So saya tukar company lain di mana company yang buat software yang berbayar. So which is Splunk. So Splunk doesn't give software for free, and Splunk doesn't care if you get addicted or not, because whatever it is, you still pay for your software. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, lupa orang Malaysia belum maghrib lagi. Any more questions?
I think no more question. Ada ke? Tak ada eh? Jadi setakat tu saja untuk sesi Q&A. Terima kasih atas soalan yang telah diajukan kepada Sir Titi Wangsa dan terima kasih juga diucapkan kepada Sir kerana menjawab soalan-soalan tersebut. Kami dari pihak penganjur berharap bahawa workshop ini dapat membantu para pelajar dan pada masa yang sama dapat membina keyakinan para pelajar dalam bidang computer science. Sebelum kita akhiri workshop kita pada petang ini, saya minta kerjasama para hadirin untuk membuka kamera bagi sesi bergambar. Ready eh? 1, 2, 3. Okey, lagi sekali. Buat peace semua. 1, 2, 3. Okey. Okey, terima kasih kepada Sir Titi Wangsa kerana berkongsi pengalaman dan idea kepada para peserta ProSolve National 2022. Terima kasih juga diucapkan kepada para peserta yang dapat hadir workshop yang telah dianjurkan oleh kami. Diharapkan agar semua peserta mendapat rehat yang secukupnya kerana kita akan meneruskan perkongsian yang lebih hangat dan mencabar pada hari esok. Baiklah, dengan berakhirnya sesi bergambar itu tadi, maka berakhirlah slot kita pada hari ini. Terima kasih kepada Sir Titi Wangsa sekali lagi kerana sudi bersama dengan kami sepanjang slot ini. Kami dari pihak penganjur menyusun 10 jari memohon kemaafan atas segala kekurangan sepanjang kami mengendalikan majlis ini. Sesungguhnya segala yang baik itu datangnya dari Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala dan segala kekurangan itu datangnya dari pihak kami sendiri. Perhatian kepada para peserta, borang kehadiran dan borang maklum balas akan dikongsikan sebentar lagi. Diharapkan semua peserta dapat mengisi borang-borang yang telah kami sediakan. Sekian majlis bersurai.
Right, thank you semua. Thank you again Encik Titi Wangsa. Selamat berbuka di Australia.
Terima kasih.
Actually, there's a few lecturers yang remembers you as an alumni CS.
Oh, okay.
So interesting lah. Jadi macam, oh ingat semua orang memang give the same feedback, which is you were brilliant back then. I think still brilliant now. Alright. Okay, thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you for having me.
Alright.
Bye.
Thank
Assalamualaikum.
you. Selamat berbuka, Sir.
Thank you.
Hang. Darn.
you.